It's that time again. Oh, it's that time again. Another show, another bottle of water. Welcome to the Aaron O Show. It is Wednesday edition. It's Wednesday edition. What's going on? What's going on? How's everybody today? I hope everybody's doing well. This was not a planned show, but I've been summoned by the people to do a show today. Although I was not planning to, I said, I got some time. I'm gonna go touchdown with the people. And that's what we're doing here. So shout out. I must acknowledge everybody that held me down last show. Although I was heavily frustrated last show, it's to be expected. It's to be expected. Some shows are going to have a level of frustration. But shout out KGY holding me down. Shout out to Chase. They were sponsors of the last show. I appreciate y'all, as always, for supporting me. So we're going to keep doing what we're doing here over here, and we're going to let everybody do what they do over there. What did Marvin say? Do you ever burp? I can make myself burp, but like naturally, no. Not really. I'm not really a burper. Those are for like children that can't control their bodily functions. So no. And I don't really drink a lot of acidic things, so I don't really have to deal with that as much. So no, burping is not really a big issue for me, fam. Definitely not. So it is what it is. Let's see. Oh, Love C is here. Hey, Love C. Sherelle, what up? I see CC is in the building. Ooh, wrong one. Is that the Black Seinfeld? What up? I ain't seen Seinfeld in a minute. What up? What up? What up? Shout out to the sponsors. I appreciate y'all. What we talking about today? I don't know. It's last minute, so y'all know how I do last minute shows. I put it together and we go from there. So you're only gonna get what we put into it. You're only gonna get what we put into the show. And right off the bat, my guy Grizz is already in the building. Says, I think this top sponsorship belongs to me. Gang. No doubt. Shout out to Grizz. What up? What up? We chilling. I just, something ran across my mind and I said, we're gonna run with it. That's what I do. Something ran across my mind and we're gonna run with it. And it kind of stemmed from my last show. I'm not gonna deny that. Where there was a lot of struggling of trying to understand the level of confliction and confusion that comes with being a parent, a father, a mother. It's high level of frustration that I'm noticing. So I'm willing to put the conversation together where I try to understand this and that and make it come together as one. So, but before I do that, I want to briefly discuss a few other things, but let me see if I have it. I'm gonna get in trouble, but I'm gonna do it anyway. What would a show be without me getting in trouble, y'all? What would one show be without the kid getting in trouble? Oh, that was some foul stuff. I say that for another show. What would the show be if I don't get in trouble? Let me see if I got it. I might not have it on this. Last time your boy was oh, you know what? That's what I'll do. That's what I'll do. So, y'all know me. I like to start the show off with positive things as much as I can, okay? I like to start positive things off. So if I find something, I see it, and I think it's cool, I'm going to bring it to y'all. I want to start the show off with that positive image, perspective, thoughts. And that's what we're going to do to this show. And then we're going to dive right in. Then we're going to dive right into what we got to dive right in. It is what it is, right? Hi. I hope y'all doing well today. I hope y'all doing well because I have my water. What would I do without water? I actually might turn into a thief and steal somebody else's water. Not really common to me, but hey, if I run out of water, somebody gonna have to come up off their water. If I run out of water, somebody is coming up off their water. That's just what it is. Just what it is. Now, I want to start the show off with something positive, okay? This here is a young man. He saved about $1,000. What he did was he swept up the barbershop, and he was just doing his thing. He was just saving his money, and he was listening to somebody that was giving him great guidance. Okay. Now, that young man gave that money that he earned, and he gave it to his father. And his father went and took that money that his son earned, and he put that money to work, and he was able to give his son a favorable return on investment.
That's you, bro. Working hard, Hey, come here, sit down right quick, though, man. I'm explaining something to you. You remember when I was telling you, I was like, man, you ain't got to be the biggest, you ain't got to be the fastest, you ain't got to be the smartest. None of those things, man. Two things that you possess that I always been telling you, man. And you show it each and every day. It's not through your schoolwork, any of them things, man. You're a disciplined person, and you're consistent on the things that you do. Whether it's making sure you keep yourself right, you getting up, and you push ups, sit ups. I don't give a damn. It's 3 o'clock in the morning. You got discipline and consistency, things that the average person don't even wind up getting. You know what I'm saying, in a lifetime. That's all you need right there. That $1,000 that you put in the stock market.
So you see that father there is pouring into his child, giving positive reinforcement, giving guidance, giving support. And it's always good to see those things. It's always good to see positive interactions, guidance, someone to look up to, someone that is responsible and doing the things that I hear a lot of you request that you wish you would have experienced and that you would like to see more often. So shout out to that father there. Is that Blue Dream? I see Blue Dream. Hey, Blue Dream. And so that's just I saw that. I was like, that's dope. First of all, he crying. All right. You caught him crying, and you see him got the doggy in the house. And you see the bicycle, and you see the matching pajamas. Okay. You see the matching pajamas him and Pops got. So shout out to them. Shout out to the family. Keep doing y'all thing. And only winning is in y'all future. Only winning is in y'all future. So keep going, keep grinding. We appreciate for y'all allowing us into y'all family to experience that moment with y'all. Is definitely something that people can take and want to inspire and share with other people. So shout out to y'all. This here is just the Aaron O show. It's what we do here. It's what we do here. I honestly, I was not going to stream today. I was going to take off Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday. I was going to take the last 3, and I was going to chill because I don't really. It's a lot of craziness that's going on in the YouTube streets right now, and I'm not really interested in what everybody else is talking about. So I'm just not even getting involved with it, to be honest with you. So I'm just chilling today. I'm just going to have a conversation. I'm just going to cover some things that I've been thinking about. I'll always open it up to hear you guys' perspective. But that's what it's going to be about today. Maybe here for a long time, maybe a short time. I don't know. But either way, we're going to have a conversation. So let me scroll back up here real quick. Now, where is it at? Where is it at? Yes. Is that her? Now, last show, I'm not gonna lie to y'all. Donnell, what up? Last show, I played this video and I try to debunk it for y'all, right? I try to explain to y'all, and I'll show you guys what the video is. So you guys who weren't here, make sure you get a reminder of what the video was, okay? So I'm gonna play it, and that way you guys don't have to miss out on it. Yes, it did frustrate me a bit, but I believe I debunked enough of the information. But I'm going to play it again because it rolls over to this conversation. It kind of rolls over to this conversation. This young lady had this to say.
Black people are the only people that talk about money in relationships.
It's crazy.
Because other cultures just know the man is going to be the caretaker or the provider. Like, other cultures just know that. But when I say it, niggas in the comments like,
that's because
what the fuck, this lazy bitch, what's she talking about?
So
every other culture understands the man is the provider and the woman is a nurturer. That's not even a conversation that they have because they already know it. They grow up knowing that. Yeah. Black people are the only people that see our moms do more than our dads. And so we have a reverse thinking about it. We think, oh, well, my mom did it so I could do it, or my mom did it so she can do it. That's why so many Black women are unmarried, because we don't have roles. Gender roles are not a bad thing in marriage. Everyone needs to have their, if I don't know my role, how do I know what part I'm playing in anything? Sure. When you're on a basketball team, everybody has their position. Everybody has their role. You need to know what your role is. And a woman's role is the nurturer. And if you have kids, the caregiver, and the man's role is the provider, and he brings in the money. He brings in the money and the woman manages it. And that's how the household's supposed to run.
That is what transpired last show. I covered that briefly, where I discussed that there are many men, in particular Black men, because she specifically, and you guys know me, I don't have no baby on the way, Azanika. And you know me, I don't really focus too heavily on color. But if that is the conversation that we're having, I'm fine with it. I'm obviously know I'm a Black man, at least to most people. And I try to explain to her that if you go to any profession and there is a Black man that works there and he works alongside any other race of people and they have the same job, and if you think those people are providing for their family, then why wouldn't you think the Black man is providing for his family? So if there's an Indian man, there's a Hispanic man, a white man, and let's just use a random profession. I don't know. Let me find one that's interesting to me. I'm looking for something in middle of America. Let's go with account manager. Let's say you're an account manager and you're making, I don't know, arbitrary number, $75,000 a year. But Black man does it, white man does it, an Indian man does it, etc. And you're saying those group of men provide and take care of their families. How is it you don't believe the Black man is doing it if he has the exact same job and they're getting paid the exact same amount? The only thing that could be the isolating factor is that those women live within the means of their men. That's the only thing I can presume. I'm just telling you, that's the only thing that makes sense. Now, you can make other arbitrary arguments like, for example, those other men work 3 jobs. But we all know most people are only generating 1 income. We can say what y'all want to feel on the inside, but most people are generating 1 income. They're not working 16 hours a day. They're not working 12, 13 hours a day. They're not doing it. Most people are not. Most people are working 8 hours, going home. It is what it is. So I just want y'all to know, shout out to Donnell for the cash app. I appreciate you, family. He said, I'm glad to catch a live show. Yeah, we live. We live. Oh, and yeah, definitely let me make sure I acknowledge Cree. She said, I have to support the water fund. Well, I just want to let you know, Cree, I appreciate you. I definitely have enough water to get through the show, but I will need more for the next show. Now, you know I'm going to have a jam-packed weekend. So thank you, Cree. I appreciate you. Thank you for supporting. I really, really do. I'm going to get you on the show one of these days. I'm going to get you on the show. I'm going to get Cece on the show. I'm trying to get a whole bunch of people on the show that are shy and a little bit afraid, but they are very insightful, opinionated, and have views that they want to be heard, but they're a little nervous about coming on shows and panels because of what they may experience. But you won't have to worry about that. I'll make sure you're good. Because I don't know. So I'm thinking about maintaining a bunch of different structures, but also there are times that women would prefer a one-on-one. And I'm thinking about even during open panels that, because I know a lot of times the women want to come on to speak to me. And because I'll have other people on the show, they don't want to talk to them. And so I understand that. So what I'm probably going to do is I'll probably do a rotating thing. And it's based upon the women that want to come on and talk to me specifically. But they don't want to have to talk around a bunch of different people. So what I'll do is I'll just pull up one person at a time, and then we'll just rotate from there. So that way you guys can get your back and forth and we can get our conversation in, but nobody else has to necessarily intrude on that, because I know a lot of women don't necessarily feel like they come on panels to be heard outside of talking to me and a few other people, and they're just on there to argue. And it's fine if y'all want to argue, because I think there are a lot of women that can debate and argue. So I do. Cece says, y'all be mean to women. I'm not going to deny that there's a level of, I wouldn't say meanness, though. I have seen it, but no, sure. I'm not going to make it a no peen panel, no. Because I still like conversing with the guys as well. It's not just a one-sided show, but it does make sense that you listen to all of your complete audience. And the men have no problem bouncing off other things, but the women, they don't necessarily want to experience that. And it's cool. There's time for that, and there's other times when they don't want it. And so I'm going to try to be that blend, but the women have to let me know when it makes sense. Look, Kobe says women love to argue with men. Stop the cap. They do, but they don't like to argue the way men argue. So our voice raised, they're fine with it. If a woman's voice raised, it becomes a little bit a negative perspective. So it depends. It depends. Dang, there's another CC. Yes, CC, there is another CC. To be honest with you, I have three of them. One is in the UK, and she's been wanting to come on the show for at least a year now. But she is extremely shy. So I know why it's hard to get her on the show, but eventually we will. Eventually we will get her on the show. So I want to, and also you guys know a bunch of craziness has been going on in these YouTube streets and in the world and all that good stuff. What Lauren say, cheater? Who's a cheater, Lauren? Who's cheating? I like to play fair. I want to win. I like to win fairly. I don't like to cheat to win, but I will cheat like Eddie Guerrero, if I have to. Only if I have to. Here, that's what I wanted to cover briefly, though. Where's it at? Habits. Now, I do want to cover this video. You guys are going to have to get through it with me. I haven't watched it, but I saw the title and I thought it was interesting. So we're going to dive right into it. And I want to get you guys' thoughts. And we're going to get into the other stuff. So I will. Well, so can one of my mods keep track of the likes? Because every single show I have, I don't never get no likes. And I'm starting to think it's personal. I'm starting to think it's because I'm not dark skinned or light skinned. I'm medium skinned. So I think I'm starting to get a lot of hate for that, because they don't know which side to be on with me. They don't know where to join me because they can't put me in the dark side or the light side. So I'm feeling a little taken advantage of right now. So somebody keep track of them likes for me. And then we'll get into it. but I want to cover. I'm neutral. Lauren says I'm neutral. Yeah, okay. I'll take that, Lauren. I'll take it. I'll be neutral. I'll be neutral. And Love C is gonna hold me down. She gonna watch them likes. Because if y'all don't do what Love C say, we're gonna have a problem. She said we're gonna at least get 75% likes, at least 75%. You know, let me get into this video, y'all. Let me get into this video, okay? Make sure I have the volume up so you guys.
Well, we know the family is absolutely devastated, but they have so many questions too in terms of the investigation. Police are still trying to piece a lot of things together themselves, but the family has questions relating to how can something like this happen when their daughter tried to do the right thing.
She led with her heart. She would give you the shirt off of her back.
So I just want to give you guys a level of insight. So, Laguerre, what up, bro? So this young lady is 27 years old. She tried to be the voice of reason in a fight that was occurring, and she tried to break it up. And in the midst of breaking up this fight or attempting to, this young lady lost her life in the midst of trying to do the right thing, in the midst of trying to de-escalate, trying to stop people from causing violence to one another. In that process, she ended up losing her life. And her mother is speaking about to the good character that she had, the good heart that she had, that she would take the shirt off of her back and give it to the less fortunate or somebody else that was in need. And it's tough. You can see the pain on her mother's whole body language and face and everything. And you guys know me. I do not like the fact that these news reporters always get their cameras and microphones in front of somebody's face in their time of sadness and their most vulnerable time. But somehow, some way, they keep doing this. I don't know how the news have perfected this, but every single chance they get, they are able to find themselves in front of somebody that is in emotional pain, and they get their mic and their image across every time.
Was always helping people.
LaDonna Kim says that's exactly what her daughter was doing when her life was stolen from her over the Labor Day weekend. Family members say 27-year-old Donna Wilbert was gunned down at Hollywood Coney Island on Detroit's west side early.
Wow. Wow. She was really pretty too. Wow. 27 years old. Wow. I guess it occurred in Hollywood's Coney Island. I've never been there. I'm unfamiliar with this particular establishment. It sounds like it is probably a restaurant. And you guys know me. I try to avoid going out to restaurants as much as possible, mainly because I can't afford it. But secondly, because I just like to be in environments where I'm just comfortable. I've worked really, really hard to survive a long time. And when you make it past a certain age, you want to get older and older. So that's why every time Uncle Jeff say y'all making fun of old people, I have a deep appreciation for older people, because that's the journey. That's the goal. All these gray hairs, it no longer hurts you at some point when you want to embrace it. But when you see people, such impactful people, such caring people that are willing to put other people before them, it's very unfortunate that what we believe is the right thing ultimately causes you the most beautiful thing, the most important thing, which I believe is life. So it just really sucks, man. Over the Labor Day weekend, I don't celebrate holidays, and it's not because of this particular thing, but I just think it's ways to get people emotional about an event and get people out spending their money. And so I'm just always cautious of it, but just hearing stories like this makes it even worse. Makes it even worse, y'all.
Sunday morning, not long after she tried to break up a fight.
We have to even tell her, like, you can't pull over in your car when you by yourself because you see somebody on the road and they need help because it's dangerous out there. But she was kind of like the type of person that would have to like try or see for herself.
Wow. Wow. So she just has just a caring heart. Just a really caring person. I always tell women, do not pull over your vehicle in an environment that puts you at a heavy risk. On the side of the road of the freeway, I don't care. I don't care how sad you get. I don't care that you see somebody else with a child on the side of the road. You don't know if it's a trick. You don't know if it's a way to lure you out of your vehicle and take full advantage of you. Now, and I know it's a tough decision to make because I'm going to be honest with y'all. The two things that are proven about women is that y'all won't take care of a grown man, but y'all will take care of a weak man. And what that means is this: somebody that is vulnerable and somebody that is in need, women love to attach themselves to them and care for them. So if you're homeless, if you're struggling, if you're wounded, women will launch and tie themselves to you, that vulnerability, because they attach to that. In children, that is a woman's weakness. Peace, Joy, where you been at? I thought me and you was gonna have to have a boxing match. You try to leave me. Don't you try to leave me. So women, y'all have to be careful. Y'all have to always have your guard up. You have to have men around you that I'm constantly raising awareness of women who just are ignorant. They just don't know. They're like, I know it's dangerous, but I didn't think about it like that. I know it's dangerous. Is that my bro Spence? Spence, what up, bro? They know it's dangerous, but their first mind is just B Rose, we always judging over here. But my first mind is just like, look, even for me, where's the danger at? Is this a setup? I'm always assessing the risk when I'm out and about. The distance between is just, my mind is just set that way because you never know when it's going to go down. And as a man, you have to just be willing to just know that your life is expendable to this world, and you should do your best to make the world a better place. And this is a struggle for men with family. This is a struggle for men with family because a woman will tell you, I don't care about none of that. That ain't your family. Come home to me. Come home to me. And the innate thing in a large amount of men, even though y'all are struggling to see that right now, aside from the fact that y'all have brothers, uncles, and people in y'all family, and y'all know it exists way higher than y'all want to give it credit for because of how media spins narratives, a lot of these men are willing to sacrifice and put themselves in grave danger because it's just a natural tendency to see somebody at risk. And not only is it natural, but it may be environmentally indoctrinated in us. It may have been just pushed upon us that that's what a man is supposed to do. So it may not need, I won't even argue the natural part because people want to argue the science. It's not always about that to me, but we have definitely been put in a society where men have been indoctrinated to think like that, at the very least, if y'all don't want to argue the science of it, right? So ladies, please protect yourself. Please do not pull over your vehicle when you're alone. Use your phone. Call 911. Say, hey, I'm willing to call. Listen. Always just be aware because that's the toughest call. I'm just telling y'all, the toughest call, because as crazy as it sounds, men and women are not the same. If a father gets a call that his son was risking his life to save somebody, it makes sense. When he hears his daughter, he starts to think like, what was going on? And he got extra questions. And life is not fair. The requirements and what we're supposed to do in this world is not the same. It's not the same. So it's really, really tough to see this on her mom's face. But at the end of the day, sometimes who you are on the inside, it overrides society sometimes. And you see somebody in help, you want to do the right thing. And sometimes you fall victim to not being aware of the dangers. Let's just be honest.
It started with Donnay and her girlfriends having a fun night out. They went to the Coney Island for a bite to eat when an argument developed between two men and a woman, according to sources.
She just wanted everybody to go home and get home. And I'm very sure in my thoughts of knowing that she wanted to get home. I guess the guy followed her out and she was able to get herself out of the restaurant and she was shot in the parking lot.
Now, hearing how that story played out is very disheartening, because you telling me that this wasn't even a direct thing that she was involved in. It's two men and another young lady that are involved in a dispute. And in this dispute, she happens to try to engage. We don't know the exact specifics, but she wanted everybody to get out of there, everybody get home. She wanted to get home. It's clear that she's been told over and over again, hey, you got to protect yourself. Because you can hear it in her mother's voice when she's saying, my daughter knows, but her heart overrides the situation. And I'm going to be honest, in a crowded restaurant, you kind of think it is safe because there's a bunch of other people around, a bunch of people that's part of this so-called community, restaurant employees, etc. So you kind of think, okay, maybe it's more people involved. And then you kind of think if you raise your voice, if you raise your hand, you become outspoken, you assume that other people will speak up as well, right? Because sometimes it takes one person to speak their mind to get everybody else involved, right? And then in other times, what we found is that when that occurs, nobody else steps up. So in this particular scenario, it's sad because that situation escalated inside the restaurant. And then while she was leaving on her way to the car, the anger, the ire, and whoever this was end up pulling out a firearm and taking her life. It's really, really crazy just how quick and how fast that the world can just come to a complete, like, I don't even like thinking about this type of stuff, but in my mind, you guys know me by now, I think about so many different things. And it's not because I want to think about it, it's because I can't even stop myself. I just hear a scenario and my mind just goes, dang, what would you do if this situation? So in my mind, I'm just like, how many seconds would I have of knowing that this person is trying to take me out? And how fast did I see like the flashing of my life, just those last moments? Like, could you even get a thought out? It is very scary to where you know that at this point, you know, your life could be over with. And so these type of moments make you want to not speak up. It makes you want to be quiet, because even if that person got beat up, or even if that person got a broken leg, a broken arm, or whatever the case is, right? You feel bad. You could probably call the cops. You hope they get involved. But the loss of life, it's so hard to escape situations like this. Honestly.
Although we couldn't actually touch her when we went to go view her based upon the circumstance, she even had a smile on her face as we had to observe her in her last state.
She was doing the right thing, and that's what angers me.
Detroit activist Pastor Mo works with many community groups teaching de-escalation techniques to quash beefs before they ever can turn violent. He offered this advice for safe conflict resolution.
Well, I definitely won't be going to Detroit, Coney Island. You know, the crazy thing about this is I wonder what type of experience the restaurant is having, knowing that these people were engaged in their restaurant. Now, I know Detroit is crazy. Let's be clear. I know Detroit is insane out there. And it's insane in a lot of places. Let's be honest. There are a lot of dangerous places, but I know Detroit has a lot of community members that speak up against violence, because there's a lot of violence there. There's a lot of violence in Chicago. There's a lot of violence in St. Louis, down in New Orleans. And there are a lot of advocates, especially men that have served time, that have seen the other side, that are trying to give guidance to the youth and say, step away from this. This is not the path that you need to take. This is not the path you need to go down. And they've able to transform their life and connect with people and try to transform other people's lives. So it's it's disheartening to know that these environments are just so hard to get out of. These environments, like no matter where you at, you could be in you can be in a really nice neighborhood. It really just don't matter. At this point, it just does not matter where you at. Our lives is always in danger. And it's getting a little scarier. It is.
Make sure you're in a lighted area. Read body language. Look and see if they're reaching. Look and see if there's anything poking out their waist. Look at their type of demeanor. If this is the kind of person that they would have a weapon. If this is a working class person who maybe got on work clothes, you might can reason with them. This somebody with a hoodie on. I'm not trying to judge anybody, but this is somebody who looks like they could be dangerous, menacing, or just don't care. Be careful how you approach somebody who.
So he's discussing conflict resolution, awareness of your surroundings. He's talking about lighting. Make sure you're in a lighted area. Do not be going down dark alleyways. That is extremely dangerous. I still remember, I used to do it a lot when I was younger. I used to have to walk through this really, really dark park when I was younger. And I mean young. I'm talking, let me see. This was middle school. So whatever age you are in middle school, right? And I would have to walk through this really, really dark park. And I didn't know about really coyotes like that because I'm from the hood. So we know about like raccoons and stuff like that. So I didn't really know about animals that much. I didn't watch a lot of Animal Planet. We was outside in the streets back then, okay? And I had my younger brother with me, and I would always make him walk in front of me so that I could see him. But I would always have this uncomfortable feeling of discomfort within me because it was almost like pitch black dark. So you had to kind of know the route you were walking through this park. And it's a pretty decent sized park. And probably shouldn't have been walking through there at that age. But I can only imagine, even as a woman, walking in unlighted areas, isolated spaces, and the risk that comes with it. Because you got people at a restaurant that's lit up and they're not even worried. So if they can get past that, it's almost nothing you can do. And he discussed attire, right? He's speaking to what they're wearing. He's trying not to come across as overly judgmental, but he's saying if you see somebody that looks, what does that, we all go, what does that look like, right? Well, we all kind of instinctively know. It may just be a feeling, right? Somebody with a hoodie tucked low, somebody intentionally trying to hide their face, etc. He's like, just be aware, stay out of those environments, walk away, get away from there, and just hopeful that you can just get out of that situation. Because at this point, what are the options?
Who could be having a mental breakdown.
Meantime, Donnae's family is determined to make sure her legacy lives on.
I just want whoever did this to know they took away such a bright light that shined on so many different people. Everybody that she ever talked to will remember her because of just her great shine. Just her personality was amazing, and she was amazing.
And no known arrests have been made. Police are still investigating.
So I was afraid of that. No known arrests, police investigating, lit up restaurant, no cameras. Somehow, some way, you don't have any cameras that showed the dispute within your restaurant of what would have happened. Like, come on now, you should have some leads. Listen, guys, don't go to no restaurants if they don't have no cameras in them. I'm sorry, guys. Do not go to a restaurant where that, and it could be as harsh as y'all want to take this, that if they can't afford to have cameras in that restaurant to protect the people that are gracing their establishment, at the very least, they should be concerned with their employees and their safety. And if they can't have cameras there, I'm gonna be honest, you probably shouldn't go there. I'm gonna just be honest with you. Don't even experience those places. Don't even experience those places because It's not worth it. Our lives are worth so much more than going to get some food and never returning. B Rose, I understand that the cameras are not necessarily in the area that you are, but come on. You gotta have a few cameras. It's people that got freaking cameras in their freaking houses. The Ring cameras are catching people doing crimes. So there's no way you can tell me that these people were in the restaurant. People saw the commotion. There are no cameras to see these people exiting or people saying, "Oh, it was the person with the red hat." You got to have some leads. You just have to have some leads, because me personally, I'm not going to no restaurants like that. You're gonna have to Uber Eats or DoorDash. Don't go, because at this point, these restaurants, if you would have stole something from them, if you would have went in and ran out on your food, they probably would have had the footage for that. So it is what it is. I don't even want to think. I don't want to think too extreme that, maybe this particular restaurant is this way or that way. I don't want to do that. I don't. So I'm going to avoid doing that. But at the same time, I'm not going to lie to you. It's a little frustrating. Now, I know that you guys think that just because a woman is on television, she's a little hyperbolic. She's a little to the extreme. But sometimes I see these women and I'm like, yeah, I could kind of tell that they got did dirty. I could kind of tell. I'm not saying that they shouldn't know what type of guy they messing with, but I can kind of tell a woman that's been truly hurt, and you can kind of hear it in their voice. So when I hear this from her, even though she's a little crazy, I still listen to what's in the voice. And I heard this young lady here. This young lady, she said this.
I'm tired of holding the fort down. I'm tired of making sure you're good. I'm tired of protecting you. I'm tired of holding your secrets. And what do? You treat me like I'm trash? You. That is not, I'm tired of it. I'm looking in the camera because I'm tired of it. For the black women that's out here, y'all treat us like we're not. That's a daily reminder. And that's not cool.
Now, I'm going to be honest with you. I just feel what she expressing to just be truly in her heart. Now, you could say she's delusional and maybe but she really feels that she's been slighted. She really sees the imagery of women that may have similar complexions are treated a certain way. So it's just, you can hear the hurt in her voice. Something happened to her. I'm not saying anybody's perfect, but something happened to her. It's hard to fake. It's hard to fake that realness. It's hard to fake it. Sherelle says she is not black. Whoa. Listen, she said black. I don't know who she, I know her name is April, but I don't know much about her background, but I could feel her pain. And I'm not an easy person to trick. That doesn't mean she's perfect. Doesn't mean that she hasn't been a little crazy, but she feels that she's been slighted. She feels that she's been holding people down and they did her wrong. It is what it is. Two things can be true. I will say this though. I will say this. And I don't know how this happened, so you guys might have to give me the insight on this. And I don't mind you guys. I've never been for the streets. I make no quarrels about it. I'm not trying to be the dominant man in society, whatever they want to call it. It doesn't mean anything to me. I like the way I think. I've never been around a woman. I've never been close to a woman that's ever been that evil to me, or that cruel, or that I don't know the right word, but the way she feels, I've never felt like that about a woman. I've never been that close to a woman and they've made me feel like that. So I can't even, I've seen stuff that people have gone through, but to that, I don't know how people find these people. I don't know how you get in relationships with these people. I don't know how you connect with these people. I've never experienced anything like that ever. So I just don't know how people have this happen to them back to back to back. It always amazes me because it's not one of those things that I've experienced. I've seen things happen. I'm very observant, but I don't know if it's just I attract certain type of women and I understand what to expect. I have a good level of expectation with people, right? So I'm just thrown off when I hear that type of pain in people's voice. I'm like, dang. And these guys like, yeah, she did me dirty. She took my kid. And then people always say, hey, wait, one day when you have kids, you'll see. I'm just gonna tell y'all that these type of experiences are not for me. Now I know that I'm not gonna be lucky enough to not have deaths in the family, violent deaths, natural deaths. All those things is an expectation for me to experience, and obviously we have done that. But to this whole thing with, oh, you're gonna find a woman, have a kid with her, and then after things don't work out, she gonna do you dirty. I don't have women like that around me. I don't have women like that around me. So I don't know how. And it may be because I'm relatively conservative, and I don't mean in my politics. I just mean I'm a conservative person in general, right? I don't rush into things. I'm not overly optimistic about things, but I'm not overly pessimistic about things either. So I don't know. I don't know why I've been fortunate enough not to deal with people like that, but I'm going to presume it's how I am. It just affects people around me. So, but that is crazy. Because I know I've heard that scream. I've heard that pain before in a lot of women. So it's just unfortunate because I'm not I'm not jaded at all, but I'm not jaded to the point where just because she's done some crazy things on TV and her name's been in the tabloids and stuff, it's not too crazy for me to believe that she didn't go through some serious pain. Two things can be true. And she may not have handled it well. Sometimes people corrupt people. I'm gonna just be honest with you. And I'm not making no excuses for her or whoever she corrupted, but sometimes people do corrupt people. I've seen people attempt to corrupt me. In real life, I've seen people attempt to corrupt me. I've seen people on these panels try to do certain techniques and things like that to take advantage of situations, but I don't fall for it. But I just know it exists. I just know it exists. And so it's just, it's tough seeing that. That does not make me a happy camper to see those type of experiences. But when I saw that video, I was like, wow. I felt it. I'm not going to even lie to you. I felt it. I felt it with her. I did. Not going to lie. Now, I want to get into this conversation about why has parenthood slowly disappeared? And I mean it's slowly disappearing over time. I want to discuss some of the reasons I think that it's slowly disappearing. Okay. Let me see if I have it here. And the first thing that comes to mind was the first video I played about the lady talking about bros and black men, this and this. And I've debunked that many times, but when I heard this woman I heard this woman say this.
Don't have the same responsibilities as women when it comes to kids. So when you're having a kid, you need to think that most of the responsibility is going to be on you and your life's about to be hell. Like having a kid, being a single mom is literally like committing suicide and living through it. And don't have the same responsibilities as women when it comes to kids. So when you're having a kid, you need to think that most of the responsibility is going to be on you and your life's about to be hell.
Now, I want to know what you think about what she said. I want to know what you think about what she said. Do you guys think she's right? Do you believe that women and men don't have? Now, let me play it again to make sure I heard the correct verbiage. I just want to be clear because sometimes I don't hear it.
And don't have the same responsibilities as women when it comes to kids. So when you're having a kid, you need to think that most of the responsibility is going to be on you and your life's about to be hell.
Okay, there it is. Men don't have the same responsibility as women. And so you think when you become, I think she said a single mom, your life is going to be hell. So it's interesting that she says that, right? Now, I'm intrigued to know, why don't she believe men have the same responsibility? Why does she believe men don't have the same responsibility? Because that's an important thing. It's an important thing. Why does she think that? Now, the way I identify it, well, I don't even think she means being just a single parent. She just means men, or did she say fathers? Fathers or men or fathers don't have the same responsibility as mothers or women. The single mother part came at the end, but it originated from that first thought process. And I want to know why she believes that. Because I disagree. Now, I believe we have different abilities. And this is where this part where we don't discuss enough. We have different abilities. Men do not have the ability to carry the child and birth a child. We don't have the ability to do so. So comparing, let me give you an example. Can you guys put in the chat? Shout out to Miss Doris. Hey, Miss Doris, can you guys put in the chat what bird cannot fly? Just put one of the birds in the chat. I want y'all to drop a bird in the chat that cannot fly. Go ahead. Just put a bird in the chat that cannot fly. And y'all better not make no mistakes because everybody's watching. And I can see y'all hiding. You go and press the keyboard. We see y'all scared. Put a bird in the chat that cannot fly. And we gonna see which one of y'all put the wrong bird in there. Go ahead, put the bird in there and see which one cannot fly. Okay, we got penguin, we got ostrich, we got road runners, we got dodos, we got a grouch. Most women can't fly. Lauren says women can't fly. I didn't ask about women, Lauren. Oh man, I did not ask about women, Lauren. I did not ask about the women, Lauren. I did not do that. Oh man, this is hilarious right now. This is freaking hilarious. T.O. What up, T.O.? Shout out to you. I appreciate it. Grid, what Grid say? Grid says, when did all these women start hating children? We about to get into that. Grizz, we about to get into that. Now, I'm not gonna go to no, listen, I'm not gonna go to no chicken, no ostrich, no, I'm not gonna go none of them and say, how come you don't fly like an eagle? How come you don't fly like a falcon? And you know what they're gonna tell me? Just like Pinocchio, you're not a real bird. See, but I would never tell a bird you're not a real bird because you cannot fly. I would never tell you that you don't have the same responsibilities because you cannot fly. What I would tell you is that an eagle has the ability to fly. It's all about the ability. It's all about the ability, right? Now, let us get into why I believe, this is why I believe parenthood is starting to slowly but surely disappear. And I wish that it wasn't, but it is. Now, y'all got to hear some tough words, but it's important for the conversation as we get forward there, right? This young lady says this, and I want you guys to chime in. I want to hear your thoughts because a lot of you guys have perspectives. Some of you have great fathers, no fathers, stepfathers, no mother, stepmother, mothers, great mothers, bad mothers. This is where I see the constant confusion at starting here. The constant confusion that I've noticed starts with a conversation like this. Let's just listen up here.
Do men neglect their kids?
That's not a question for me.
I don't know. I can't go ahead.
So why do you think that?
They probably don't want to deal with the baby mama.
That's
They
your
might-
child.
they might- no, I'm not saying me.
Maybe they weren't ready and she put it upon them. You knew he never showed father characteristics nor told you he wanted a child. And when you told him you were pregnant, he said get rid of it and you decided to keep it and then you want to complain and play victim. That's playing victim right there. There's no reason why you need to run a man through the dirt. He told you he wasn't ready to have a kid, nor did he want one. And now you want him to pay child support? That's crazy.
They do.
I'm going to let it play again because I want to make sure you guys get the gist of the conversation and you hear them in their complete.
Men neglect their kids.
That's not a question for me.
I don't know. I can't go ahead.
So why do you think that?
They probably don't want to deal with the baby mama.
That's
They
your
might-
child.
they might- no, I'm not saying me.
Maybe they weren't ready and she put it upon them. You knew he never showed father characteristics nor told you he wanted a child. And when you told him you were pregnant, he said get rid of it and you decided to keep it and then you want to complain and play victim. That's playing victim right there. There's no reason why you need to run a man through the dirt. He told you he wasn't ready to have a kid nor did he want one. And now you want him to pay child support? That's crazy.
I think it all starts there. And then I'm going to start getting into some more reasons why I think this is occurring. But it all starts there. I believe the real answer is contingent upon a bunch of different factors, obviously, right? Age, state of mind, living conditions, environment, experience, a host of a bunch of different things can be different reasons for different people. But ultimately, what I believe is this. It comes down to two things: desire and ability. If you have the desire to be a parent and you have the ability to do so, most people do it. However, if you do not have both of those, issues start to arise. So if you have the ability to, but you don't have the desire to, it starts to cause conflictions. If you have the desire to, but not the ability to, it starts to cause conflictions. So I believe it kind of starts from their ability and desires, right? I know y'all might have some anecdotal experience, right? But most people that want to be a father or want to be a mother, that is the first step. You have to want to do it. You have to want to do it. And the problem, or that I'm noticing, is that we are upset at the most people, at the ones that don't want to be a parent, forcing them to be a parent, forcing responsibility, forcing accountability on them. For i.e., this is why you hear a lot of men in these spaces, wherever you guys are at, saying the men have got to be accountable because the law is going to come for them. The law is going to make them take care of their responsibility. And then you'll hear somebody say, well, that ain't enough. Just being, just paying for a child ain't enough. Just being there for a child ain't enough. You got to pay. And you'll hear a bunch of different conflictions. Yes, Lauren, force. Yes. Because you guys try to have a conversation about possibilities, right? Because we understand possibilities. But what does that mean? When people have intercourse, it is a possibility that a child can be created, conceived, whatever you want to call it. However, it's not a sure thing. It's not a guarantee. It's a possibility of something that can occur. So most people are not having intercourse wanting to create a child. I'm not saying that they don't know that they can. They don't know it's a possibility, but most people are not doing it to create a child. They're doing it for pleasure and fun. And you guys know that to be a fact, right? Now, what you then have is a bunch of people who do not want to be parents, or maybe one wants to be a parent and the other does not, right? So then in that situation, what happens? Hey, I'm having this child. It is what it is. Me and you, it takes two. We both was doing it. What you thought was going to happen. And you get into a back and forth argument with somebody who does not want a child. That's why you heard the other girl in a video say, he told you he didn't want it. You need to get rid of that. I'm not telling y'all what's right or wrong. I'm not telling you about your beliefs, whatever. I'm telling you, listen to what she said. Maybe he don't get along with the baby mama. Maybe it don't work. And y'all saw how that Blueface thing going on. You see Krishan is naming her child after her, and it's a junior. Dad can't be there because she said so. It's a lot of warring amongst the people that have the ability to produce children. And forcing or having somebody do something that they don't want to do is what we're noticing is the greatest harm that exists. Now, sometimes when people say, I didn't want to be a parent, but I forced myself, and it's the greatest thing that happened, fine. But a lot of people experience this is not being told that. And what we're hearing is that people are working jobs that they hate, right? And I'm giving you a slight correlation, right? As far as desire and want. People are working jobs that they hate. And what do we discuss every day? People ain't happy because they work in jobs that they hate. They showing up to work unhappy. So if you're forced to work a job that you hate, and I don't mean by force to work at a particular job, I mean society, the environment forces you to generate income. You may not have the skills. You may just only be able to work this particular job and you dislike it, you hate it, but your responsibilities and your desires to not be homeless supersede your happiness in that profession. That emotion, those desires, it kind of conflicts and goes with everything in life. When it comes to being a parent, comes to being a teacher, a coach, etc. Your desire to be great, your desire to want to be that heavily impacts that. Nobody wants to go learn from a professor who does not want to be at their job, who does not have a desire to be a professor, who does not enjoy it. Could you imagine if they said, let me give you an example, right? Let's just say you were speeding 190 miles down the freeway, right? And you see an officer and they bleep you and you say, man, I'm going to go 250. Now, a lot of us don't have cars that can do it, but pay attention to the analogy, right? And, right, you get pulled over, you get a ticket, you go to court, and they say, You can pay a $1,500 speeding ticket, or you can do community service. Now, let me ask y'all, how many of y'all have been happy at community service when y'all got to clean up the streets or whatever it is you got to do to get rid of that ticket? How many of y'all are smiling and giggling when you have to do mandatory hours of community service? You know what the answer is? Most people are not happy about that. Most people are upset, frustrated, not interested in doing that community service. So you see them there, they're not smiling and giggling. They don't have a desire to be there. It's not a happy environment. And it kind of goes along with the rest of life. I'm not saying the key to life, and I'm not saying what happens in life has to be happiness. No, AL. I said forced community service. Don't play with me. Forced community service. Don't do that. Shout out to Raw B. Don't play with me. Don't play with me. Don't play with me. Make sure you subscribe to Don't Play With Me. But you have to understand. Look, Cece says, I'm going to pay the money. Because that $1,500, Cece said, you ain't about to have me cleaning up no communities, putting this little orange little shirt on or whatever the vest on and picking up stuff off the ground. Take this $1,500. Go ahead, take this $1,500. The point of it is you have to understand is desire, ability is so important with people, right? And our desires right now are heavily under attack. Abilities are heavily under attack. That's what I'm noticing occurring. Now, you have these women talking about why do men neglect their children, et cetera, et cetera. There are many reasons why. We went over a couple, right? Now, I want you guys to listen to here we go. I just want to play this video for fun. Because I like to throw little fun videos in there. Because I can't help myself. AL, shout out to you, bro. He says a lot of chicks can't see outside of themselves, so they don't pay attention to or downplay or take for granted what men do for their kids. Yes, I'll tell you this. If a woman has the man that she wants and she desires, this is important, ladies. And y'all know I'm not lying, because if you're in the chat and you got a man that you like, desire, and want, and you have a husband, etc., if you have that man, you don't never downplay his abilities. You know what y'all say? He's an amazing father. Greatest father I ever seen. I'm so happy. Dancing cartwheels. Y'all be praising the Lord for how amazing of a father he is. Luckily, he's also a man that you respect, desire, etc., and all those things, right? But when you don't have that, man, y'all only be here. Y'all don't really do that much work. So if you pay attention to the desire and stuff, it actually plays on a lot of different things. So that's an important thing to realize, the difference between a woman that is with the father of her child and wants to be with him and desires being with him, enjoys being with him, and then the complete opposite. I mean, look, we together and all for the baby and whatnot, but no. It plays a heavy factor. So there are amazing fathers that blow women's mind just how amazing those fathers are. It also frustrates them when they see another woman that has a man like that and man ain't like that. I know I shouldn't say that, but the truth is the truth. So I'm going to play this video for fun because I like fun videos. And I want y'all to pay attention to this lovely mother here taking care of her child. Now, I just want to say, I read the comments in there. Those comments are hilarious, by the way. I do not know, but it could be tradition. It looks like they're having fun. I don't overly think about it. Don't overly assume anything. It's a video. It's a small video. And so it was just funny to me. I thought it was entertaining. But the comments are insane, by the way. The comments are insane. I just see through you. It's just I think it's an interesting video. That's all. I just wanted to play it for fun. Don't Don't be mad at me. Don't be mad at me. Sometimes it happens. Let me see. Do I have that video? Ooh, give me 1 second. I have to find it though. Oh, you know what? I have to play this video real quick, guys. I have to play this video real quick. As a side note, look, Ikane is in the building. He says that is normal. That's just a joke, and it's probably tradition. See, I told y'all, Cree, don't get mad at me. Like I said, I'm not crazy. I just do a little bit of research, okay? And I said it could be a cultural, traditional thing. Y'all assume extra things, and I knew y'all was going to assume that's y'all fault. Ikane is in the chat. Speak to him. He will put you on the game. Now, by the way, as y'all online, y'all have to be really careful. Y'all have to be really careful while y'all online because situations like this occur, okay? Now, there's a streamer who lost $60,000 because he accidentally exposed his, when it comes to crypto, his private keys on stream, and somebody stole all the money. And this would have this is a response.
Por favor. Quem fez isso, por favor, devolve. Segundo a polícia agora, eu acho que tinha umas 70 pessoas. Então foi uma delas, né?
Now, nothing worse than seeing a grown man cry. Nothing worse than seeing a grown man cry. Some of y'all got grown men in y'all families, and y'all ain't never seen them cry, except for at a funeral or a super sad situation, right? But you have to be very careful online with the information that you disseminate because they took all his bread. But here's a good thing, y'all. Here's a good thing. Oh, you're going to get me in trouble. So here's no, don't do that. Don't get me in trouble. But here's the thing. He got some of the money back. He cried. He complained. Let me see.
Por favor. Quem fez isso, por favor, devolve. Segundo a polícia agora.
Man, look at that pain in his heart. Woo! Woo, that pain is real. Be careful. Be careful. You must 100% be careful because y'all thought it was protected. Y'all thought y'all could protect yourself, but don't. I have to tell you, be careful because they will take your money. No matter what type of currency you hide it in. The only way you ain't gonna get it taken is if you got a lot of gold and they can't carry it. If you got a lot of gold and they cannot carry it, it's a good chance that you probably then won't get it taken. But outside of that, be careful. Be very, very careful. Is that what's going on?
Hey, what's up, bro? How's it going?
I'm just chilling, man. I'm just getting to why parenthood slowly disappearing, breaking it down.
Yeah. I was watching that video that you posted. I was laughing so hard.
Yeah, it was funny.
Yeah. You know, that's how we actually grow up. You see, this is how parents bond with, like mothers bond with their kids. Things like that. So what happened is that before we go to school in the morning, right? Our parents will put us in. We do have all those, all those bathtub. We do have it, but for the kids, they usually will buy this big pan, this plastic thing basin, this plastic big basin, right? So they put it in it, and then they soak it with soap. So your mom will shower you, and some of us don't like it. You know, we don't want our mom to shower enough, so we'll be fighting her nights. We'll be doing all those things like trying to pin us down inside our bathtub. So by the time you know it, your elder brother is like your elder brother, your big brother might be even forcing you back into that pan. You're trying to run away, but your elder brother is forcing you back. So it's like a tug of war.
No, that was just a funny video. I just played for the people.
Yeah, but it was fun.
Yeah. Give me like another few minutes, and then I'll start bringing everybody back up.
No, I'll go off.
Yeah. Just give me another few minutes, and I'll bring everybody back up. I just want to cover these few things. So, Night, is that you, bro? Yeah, just give me a few minutes and I'll bring you up. Is that cool? All right, appreciate you. I just want to cover this video real quick, couple videos, and then I'm gonna pull everybody up. I'm sorry, you guys. I just thought that video was hilarious. I did. I'm sorry. I need help. I obviously got problems. And y'all could tell. But now the reason why, let me see if I can. The reason why I played that first video, this is important, guys, because when she said that only black people complain about money and it frustrates me a little bit, but I understand why we do that because that's our experience. But when you start to learn more, when you start to travel a little bit, when you mingle with other cultures, races, etc., and you've done it for an extended period of time, when you're allowed in their homes, when you connect with their family, you find that you learn things that are very similar that we just assume that don't exist in the black community. I'm just telling you now, there's a lot of good people out there, but they are not highlighted enough. Okay, now we are going to get to the conversation about why parenthood is slowly disappearing, but I want to play this video to give you some insight. All right,
shoes and putting it on his wife's credit card. To make it up to her, he bought her a bouquet of.
The woman in the story, Jihye, is a Korean beauty influencer who's married to a man who hasn't worked in years. She gets a notification on her phone from her credit card company after her husband purchases $1,000 Gucci shoes. When she confronts him by phone, he gets upset and hangs up on her. Then later gets home with a bouquet of flowers that looks like it's from some grocery store. Then they proceed to argue. He calls her cheap, starts gaslighting her and making her the problem. Being an empowered woman isn't about having the ability to make money. It's about the standards you hold for yourself, and that include who you allow into your life, who you share a bank account with, who you allow into your bed. Women have come to a place where they care more about the smoothie they put into their body while being careless about who she gives her life to. Korea has the lowest birth rate in the world. As a Korean myself, I can say Korean men are write-offs in general. Why? Because of patriarchy. Bred with so much entitlement and privilege, they don't believe they have to change. So women now refuse to have children. This is not a Korean problem. Look at the men from your culture. Why do they act the way they do? Same issue.
now, peace, joy, you know it's always a ride with me. So now you see she is speaking into the culture and experience of Korea, right? Shadow Dragon, what up? And that place has the lowest birth rate, according to her and what some other people have studied, the lowest birth rate, right? And she says, well, Korean men are write-offs. Write-offs. I've showed you videos, right, where an Indian woman would say, I like black guys, not brown guys, right? And y'all say other groups don't downplay their own things. And I got tons of videos for you guys to start to see. If you search for it and you look for it, you realize it's an experience that we all experience. It is. It exists. We just often don't look for it. So why is the rate going down? Why is the rate going down? And part of the issue is it's twofold. It's twofold.
Why don't you like Asian guys?
Asian guys remind me of my brother.
Every Asian guy I've been around with, people assume they're my brother.
I don't want to be mistaken as your like brother and sister.
No dating Asian sort of policy. You kind of look a bit like my brother.
Long story short, Liu is a self-hating Asian girl who typically dates a white guy.
And why don't you?
Now, I want you guys to realize we just learned a new word. A Liu is an Asian girl with a self-hating Asian that typically dates whites. They have a word for this. Now, our word is sellout. Their word is Liu. Now, how do I correlate this to a level of understanding, right? Let me show you. Asian men make the most money, according to the research that we done. And if those women are saying, I don't even like them or want them, and black women per se is telling black men is because we broke, they're telling their man, y'all got the most money and we don't want y'all. So it's like money don't really be the problem if you really break it down. They tell us it's because we black and we broke and we ain't making enough money. They tell their man, we don't care that y'all make the most money and y'all the best option to choose from financially. We don't care. It's quite interesting. It's very, very interesting as you start to break it down little by little by little, right? Now, let's tie into the biggest point. And now we're going to get down to the nitty-gritty. This is why it's important. She said an independent woman, the woman from the video prior to that one about Korea, independent women making their own money. I'm going to tell you guys something that's the most truth. There are close little to no independent women at all. Most women are dependent. And because of the myth that women are becoming independent, it has destroyed a lot of society. And I'm going to tell you why. It's not because women don't make money, because women do make money. But women are extremely dependent on a bunch of different things that they don't discuss when they say, I'm independent, I make my own money. It tends to be, I'm independent, I make my own money, and it caps there. The problem is making your own money just means you have a job. It just means you generate money. But you're not independent because when it comes to children, your independence disappears. There is no independent single moms, y'all. They are all dependent. There are not a lot of thriving moms that make a lot of money and raise their children. It's not a lot. It's not a lot of them. And the reason why that exists is because it's this theory about independence is a good thing. Let me tell you the secret. When women's belief and understanding of independence goes up, children go down. And you know why? Because women they want independence because they want control. They want the ability to do what they want. But if there's children involved, they want dependence. They want to depend on somebody. They want to depend on something. And the thing is this, for so long, women have depended on two things: government and a man. Whether it's her man, a step man, another man, sugar daddy man, or the government, it's been those options. But now the options between the government and another man is, at this point, not enough for a woman. At this point, is not enough for a woman. However, I will give you this. I think now I actually know women have to get off this independent thing, right? But this, I've actually seen what would make women want to have children again. And that doesn't mean to make a perfect life, but what would make them want to have children again? Because that's the question. What would make a woman want to have children again? And I am going to show you. I am going to show you. Take a look at this, y'all.
I hired a nanny for $20 a day. And she's not just any nanny. She's called a postpartum nanny. So what does postpartum nanny do? Well, she cooks delicious food, she cleans and do dishes and everything. But her main job is to take care of the baby. Actually, this program is through Korean government. And it's designed to help on new mothers. Because it's government assistance program, that's why I was able to hire a nanny for such a cheap price. Korea definitely knows how to take care of new mothers. So since this was our first time hiring a nanny, my husband and I kind of felt awkward because we didn't know what to do while somebody else is doing our dishes and take care of the baby. She even took care of our toddler. She made snacks for her and she played with her. And she even made kimchi one day. One day I was trying to do my laundry and she even told me that I should rest because my wrists are still fragile from childbirth. She basically told me not to lift a finger. It's hard to trust someone with your baby, but she really took care of me like I'm her own daughter. Well, after 2 weeks of her service, she had to leave. We both cried because we knew we were not going to be able to see each other again. I definitely miss her.
What a interesting experience. If the government was willing to implement a program like that, women would look at it. Now, ladies, for entrepreneurs, all you women out there, you might want to look into this. You might want to look into this because when I saw this, I said, whoa, yeah, women are sign up for that because this is some of the stuff that they're complaining the most about. Mind you, she said her husband is present. However, that government, because they already have like the lowest birth rates, they want them to have children, so they're willing to incentivize things to be done to assist. Now, two things have to happen. Either your man make a whole lot more money so you can hire help, because women have been said, we need a nanny, I want this, I want that. And at some point, you have to just say, maybe we're just evolving to that point. You could say women are being lazy, they don't want to be mothers, but maybe we just evolved to the point where that's what's needed for these mothers, or there won't be none at this point. It's kind of getting to that point. Make a lot of money, get more people to help out, have a good relationship with the grandparents, whatever the case is, or government programs must evolve and give way more assistance than they ever have before on a, not even so much monetary level, but on a, as another person to assist with this process. That's what I'm noticing. I have another video that kind of breaks that down as well. Yeah, here we go. And I thought this video was pretty cool. It's similar, but it's her breakdown.
Am I a bad mom if I let other people take care of my baby? Right after I gave birth in Korea, I decided to stay at postpartum care facility. It's like a hotel for baby and new mother. So this is how it works. Most of the times, the nurses take care of the baby while mothers rest. I'll call you if baby needs to be fed, or, you know, if they're crying too much. As a breastfeeding mother, they called you kind of quite often, but still I got lots of rest. But unless they call you, you get to rest eating this delicious, nutritious food, and you rest a lot. And frankly, I felt like I had too much time, even though I just had my baby. I feel like I didn't get to hold much. So what did I do? I slept, I went outside and stretched, I used a massage chair, and took a shower. For me, the food was the best part. They fed you 3 meals a day and 2 snacks, and every meal consisted of seaweed soup, which detoxify your body and increase your milk supply. And every single meal was very, very nutritious, and it was designed to help mother heal faster and give you strength. Would I do this again? Probably not, only because I didn't get to hold my baby that often, and it's freaking expensive.
Listen to that. That's really interesting. She said, I didn't get to hold my baby that much because somebody else was doing it for me. Well, it is what it is. But think about that. Look, Cree says that requires a lot of trust. Well, Cree, I have to tell you, child care prices are through the roof. So, Cree, I'm just going to explain something to you, because I agree it requires a level of trust. But people give their children to people every day, whether they're going off to school, whether they drop them off at a daycare. I have to tell you, that's life. You have no other choice. You're going to have to give them to somebody. You guys have proven that. Somebody got to take this child. I don't care. Y'all gotten to the point where y'all said, man, y'all try to give childs away. Here, just take this child. Somebody come get this child. We heard y'all. Something has to give. Some changes have to exist. Some involvement must occur. It's not like you can't be there, by the way. It's not like you can't see there'll be other mothers there. It's a lot of, but I'm just saying this idea is really interesting to me, because imagine if when you have a newborn, just imagine you have a center there where you can participate. You're on your time off and you get all that help. I don't know. It's interesting. It's a sparking idea, because I don't think we have stuff like that in the U.S. And if we do, it's a very, very low scale. C3U says 385 days a week. All right, C3U. So I think that is the issue. The lack of support is what I believe is causing these issues with parenthood, outside of people not desiring and wanting to be parents. So maybe more help would make people want to have children, would make people be more open to the idea now. But I don't know how we get back, because our birth rates are declining. Let's be real. Our birth rates are declining. It's going down really fast, and we're having a lot of issues. So I'm not sure how we fix this problem. But some of these ideas are a lot of ways that I've seen that could be helped. So I don't know, you guys. What do you think? Would you guys want this type of support? Would you guys want a government program where they help support you through those times. I think it's interesting because I'm gonna be honest, I've never heard of anything like that. No, y'all don't want that. Blue Dream says the cost of living plays a part. It plays a huge part. It plays a huge part. I agree, but we need children. I know y'all don't like them that much, but we do need them. We do need. It does a lot of good in the world. When y'all see children walking, don't y'all get a little happy? Y'all see a little kid, be like, "Ooh," or do y'all get angry? I'm interested in knowing at this point. Do y'all see children just go, "Ew, I'm just glad I don't have one"? Because it used to be when you see kids, there was a level of joy naturally. Now it seemed like the level of disdain exists with y'all. Y'all don't like these kids. Y'all not a fan of these kids at all. I can't really blame you. I can't really blame you. I'm not sure. I just think that parenthood will continue to slow down and disappear if we don't push, if we don't evolve. And I don't know, maybe it's the men that keep, because Ikade's in the chat and he keeps saying you women are lazy. I don't really believe that women are lazy. Maybe I could be wrong. By the way, I'm open to the fact of being wrong. I think that this society has created a culture, an environment in which women want to be a part of, but they also want motherhood, and they also are having a difficult time balancing that. They want to be successful in their careers because they believe. I know a woman, she got a kid, she's now I'm not gonna say super duper dope, but she does really well, but she does not want to be stuck at home with her kid. She loves the kid, but she's fortunate that, you know, her mom is available to assist, because she wouldn't necessarily trust that many people. But at the same time, women want to be able to do both. They want to be super mom. They want to be, C3U says, all women don't want motherhood. You know, that may be true, C3U, but what I don't often see is that there are women that are with really, really well-off men that have a lot of money, that have absolutely no requirement at all for that woman to bring in any economics at all, and they don't have children. So that may be true, but not sure. Sherelle, you better been drinking water.
Nope. I've been drinking juice.
Yeah, drink water, please. MC Heavy says, I had a hysterectomy in 2016, but I still get baby fever when I see a baby. It's difficult for me. Well, yeah, that's kind of a little scary, but you should get baby fever if you see babies. That means you love children. You know, women get side-eyed when they tell other women they love children and they want children. They get side-eyed now. We get to that point. I got people in the chat talking about not every woman wants children. Okay, fine. But regardless, I think we're going to eventually need them. I think children are going to have to come to this society. We need to get women back comfortable having children, because I know y'all believe that women didn't want children, but I've seen a lot of women's faces with their children. They light up like a Christmas tree. So I don't know. Are you coming up here to advocate for women not to have children?
I mean, I just feel like, well, first of all, hello, Aaron. How are you?
Life is phenomenal. You know, I cannot complain.
Okay, that is such great news. But I do feel like I want to join and be a part of this conversation as a woman who is very on the fence about having kids. So, you know.
Can you adjust how you speak into your mic? I'm getting a little feedback.
I'm sorry. Are you still getting the feedback?
Yes. I'm not sure. I'm going to have, well, let me see here. I'm going to have to adjust that in the background. Yeah, I'm not sure. Hey, Renee. But no, I would love, I want to know why women don't want to have children. If you don't have any, I have to like genuinely know the real reason. I have to really understand this because at this point I don't know. So then she says, tied my tubes and regretted baby fever for real. I just saw, listen, I just like your post on the gram. And I saw you said you would have more babies if you could. So, sometimes that moment, because when you have a good amount of kids, sometimes that moment, there is a high level of stress and you're just like, I can't do no more children. But when you get through that initial hurdle, because life has see through you going a little deep right now. That's a little excessive. Life has this hurdle where you get in a rhythm and everything is flowing. You pick your kids up at the same time, work is going good. You get in that rhythm and you just like, dang, I should have had another kid. But those first initial steps and process is so difficult that sometimes it deters people. But when you get in that rhythm, when I see people that are in rhythm, they just boom, 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 pick the kid up from here. He pick him up over here, drop him off at Grams. They drop him off here, and they just got a rhythm or whatever. Look, I see a bunch of happy people. So I'm not sure, but I would love to hear from the ladies who have an understanding of why women are saying I don't want children. Because I don't know. Lauren says kids seem like a lot of work. I want to ask you this then. If you could not engage with nobody's children, because this is what I don't believe about women. If you couldn't engage with nobody's children, I mean no nieces, no nephews, no nothing, only if you had your own children, would you then say you don't want children? Or is it because you have the ability to spoil nieces and nephews and cousins and your best friends with children that you can circumvent your desires or wants for a child by experiencing it through other people's children without actually going through it? Because I don't believe women would then turn down children. What do you think about that, Sherelle?
No, I think that's true, right? I think as far as me having kids for myself, but I don't hate kids. I love seeing my nieces and nephews. I'm always with the kids when I'm at home or whatever. Like I love like their excitement. Like when I'm there, I love that they run to me and they're happy. They drop everything. Like my nephew, he's the youngest one. He's 2. And he comes home and I'm there. He doesn't know I'm there. I'm in another room and I'm like, TT baby. And he recognizes my voice. And his mom is trying to tell him, you got to put your book sack up, put your shoes up. You got to do what you're supposed to do. And he just drops everything on the ground. And he's like, I don't care what you're talking about. My TT is here. And he just runs to me. And that just warms my heart. So, but I also don't have to deal with the frustration. So every time I deal with my nieces and nephews, it's pretty much a good time. I'm not the disciplinarian. I'm not necessarily responsible for them. So it does make it easier. It's like the lightheartedness of parenting by being an auntie. It's like you're a bonus parent. So I do think, so if I had no access to my little cousins and my nieces and nephews and all of that, I would definitely be like, okay, no, I need a baby coming out of me. You know what I'm saying?
See, I have a feeling like that's what women have been kind of like getting that fix for by expressing it through the other options that exist. MC's back says, I had fibroids that caused problems, but I already had 2 kids and I thought I didn't want any more kids, but I was wrong. Yeah, I'm sorry that you had to go through that. Yeah, because it's tough, because I haven't even thought about how many freaking kids a sane person should want to have if they could actually just afford it and life wouldn't be too difficult. I don't know how many kids that actually is. I really don't.
When I was young, I used to want like 100 kids. I was like, I was gonna make all this money and I was gonna have like 100 kids. But it's because like I'm number 17 of my siblings, and my dad has 5 generations. So I have nieces. Like I have a nephew who has a daughter, and his daughter has a son. So my family is so big with the nieces and nephews and the sisters and brothers that I wanted a big family myself. But all the other factors that play into it, and that's what I'm about to break down for you, right? Well, I'm going to just give you my level of understanding. So, my biggest thing about not having kids is I believe the problem now is I truly believe it takes a village to raise kids. And I think back in the day, we used to have a village. We used to have like the moms, the grandmas, everybody teaching you how to parent, there for the assistants. Everybody played their role. And I think a lot of women are really doing it on their own now, right? And those women who were doing it on their own because they were most likely going against the wishes of their grandparents, going against the wishes of their mothers. This is when they started breaking the chain of having kids in a wedlock, you know. So the older women wasn't even approving of them having the kids because they was having kids young with other little boys, not getting married. And those women, they gained the independence without going through a rites of passage as a mother. And they just wanted to be their kids' friend. You know, the girls that have the babies at 15, they be in the club with their kid by 25. You know, like 30, the 30s come, the kids, they all in the club together. And then you go.
No, well, in my mind, I'm just thinking how hard it is to find a guy that wants kids. Like, I could find every girl a guy that wants kids, that ain't gonna ban them, that's gonna be present for their kids. The question is,
You can't because
yes,
it's so many abandoned kids. If that was the case.
No. Women know the guys. I've seen women go, "Oh my God, he's gonna be amazing dad," and they were not wrong about the man that they didn't pick. They're wrong about the man that they pick. But look at the women that see the other men. They can see that a mile away. They can see it in their brothers. They can see it. I can see these guys miles away. Spend a little bit of time, you go, yeah, I already know what that is. I know what type of guy he's gonna be. It's not that hard at all. The problem exists is that the other things that you want to exist with that guy has to meet your criteria. You have to he has to meet other things. Not just being a good dad or having the ability to be, having the desire to be is good enough for y'all. He has to be a good partner. He has to be a good fit for you. He has to be attractive to you. He has to have a whole bunch of other qualities that you desire, plus that to be the dad that you want. Do you know how hard that is to find?
Yeah, that's hard.
And that's where the struggle is coming with.
But
remember,
I don't necessarily think that it's just the mother and the father. I don't think that that's a village. I don't think just like one people, like back in the day when you got married, one family married the other family. Both grandparents were in there, both great aunts and everything. Everybody played a role. Those families conjoined into making sure that the whole village was because I even Googled it, right? Because the girl said that South Korea is like one of the places for the worst of the birth rate, right?
It
And
is.
she is. I sent the links to you in Instagram.
Well, I already researched.
Yeah. So, but you know who's the best? You know who has the most kids? Who are producing the most kids still to this day? Africa. Countries in Africa. Not just any countries in Africa, but the countries who still have village style makeups, where they actually are living in a village and they're traditionally in the same way, they have the highest birth rates still in this country. Still in the world.
But that argument is twofold. Do they have a developed country to where they have so much access to birth control? Because I said
that too. I said I don't think that they have a lot of birth control, but birth control might be problematic.
But here's the thing. Not only that, they are some of the poorest places. So money that's been brought up in y'all conversation don't exist with them. So they've already excluded money. What they've done is added people because people can accommodate the money aspect. So, but here's the thing, and you might not gonna like this, but here's the truth. Y'all don't like y'all mamas. Y'all ain't good at creating strong relationship with y'all mothers. Y'all so quick to get out the door. The women that I see that have strong ties with their mothers have no problem getting their mom to help them out raising their kid. Zero, none at all. None. Y'all don't build great relationship with y'all mothers, and y'all don't acknowledge that. Y'all don't often admit, yeah, my mom be like, I ain't watching your kids when you have some. Why? If your mama, if you was building such a great bond with your mom, she wouldn't be able to fix her mouth to say that. I don't see women getting along with their mothers like that.
My mom literally is like, she raised all her grandkids. Like at the beginning of all my siblings, their life, their kids' little lives, those kids all thought my mom was their mom. They didn't know the difference because it is expensive, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like daycare is expensive. So my mom watches all her grandkids until they're able to go into like the free school system.
See, I think what's happening because was that Lauren? Lauren said her mom became her best friend in her 30s. I think the women are starting to act like the men mentality wise, where it took a man a long time to realize, damn, Pops, I understand why life was so complicated. I understand what you was going through as a man, and I understand mama wasn't always right, but we had to wait. That's that whole conversation. You'll find out when you get older, son. When all the men tell you about that, it's for a reason. Now you're finding that women's relationship with their mother is not good until later in life, where they go, dang, mom, I really do see what you was going through. I really see what you experienced. I need to respect that more. It's not like it used to be young when women are just so tied and close to their mom from the jump. It ain't like that no more. Y'all, the way y'all build rapport with your mother.
I think new age moms are more selfish also. But listen, this is the point I wanted to make about the poor stuff, because you were saying how the other countries are poor. Yeah. But when we realize that in those poor countries, people can be poor, they can live in huts and everything, and they can still have a village, and they can all live in mud huts, and they will still live in a safe environment because everybody's living like that. In America, if you are poor, 9 times out of 10, you will not live in a safe environment. If you are poor in this country, the school system, the healthcare system, the neighborhoods that you live in, your kids will be negatively affected by that. They are not going to be safe neighborhoods. More than likely, you will not be able to spend enough time with them because you're working, and they will be more influenced by the surroundings and the conditions that they're growing up in more than they're even influenced by their parents. Because we know if the schools are shitty, it's because that neighborhood is shitty. I always say that, if you see a school, you go to New Orleans, you know that our schools are unperforming. The streets are bad, the crime is high, all the correlation goes together. So we can't make the same decisions to say, I'm going to have a baby even though I'm piss poor, because I'm not going to just be piss poor. I'm going to provide a piss poor environment for my kids to grow up in. And in America, that produces messed up adults. Like, we're producing defective adults, degenerate adults, because we're raising them in the wrong environment.
So can we explore that for just a moment? Can you tell me if a woman has such a phenomenal experience and job raising you, right? Why would she then tell you she don't want to help raise your child? Do you believe that's a level of I don't know what y'all would call it. We call it self-hatred when it comes to like the racial aspect, but to dislike or not desire to do something, how would we highlight that? Because I think that's very weird, actually. Like, if everything was well, Ty had an amazing life growing up with her mom, and her mom loves her, she enjoyed being a mother. How then do you go to, I don't want to help raise your kid? But I'm guessing these women are not enjoying raising their children.
Yeah, and then think about it. Those mothers be having their little kids raising. You know that. Like, I was raising kids at 13 and 14. Yeah, by the time I finally got done with raising my nieces and nephews and changing diapers and having to not be a kid, yeah, by the time I got my freedom, it was like, I want to keep my freedom, right? And then I think mothers have that same experience, right? They raised all their kids, and then now you're going out there and their daughters want to throw their grandkids onto them, and it's a lot of grandparents, because you got to understand, these grandparents, like me and my mom are 31 years apart. So for her to watch my kids, because she's a grandma, like, she wants to be inside playing cards and stuff. Like, she's not trying to be in a club with me. But a lot of people are only about 20 to 15 years apart from their parent. So, like, my niece, she's about to have a baby, but her and my sister, they're in a club together because they're only 18 years apart. So my sister's in her 40s, and the 40s is the new 30s. You know what I'm saying? And my niece is in her early 20s.
I'm going to tell you what I've been noticing, right? And this is just the honest to God's truth, what I've been noticing. Then I'll let Ty get in. What I've noticed is that grandparents are no longer the control in the family. Meaning, it used to be, when I saw my grandmother, when I saw my grandfather, they overrided my parents. Hey, that's your grandma. Whatever she say, go. That's your grandpa. Whatever they say, go. Now that's my child. We ain't following your rules. It used to be the hierarchy of grandparents still ran their children, and it was law still. Now I see people talk about, oh, my children ain't got to listen to you. I don't like the way you do this and do that. And to me, if I was a grandparent, I ain't raising them kids either. If my law don't supersede almost everything, then I wouldn't want to deal with it. And it's common because if a man don't have authority over his kids, he don't want to raise them and deal with them. You taking his authority away. They saying that she taking my kids away from him. She telling my kids this is that. You hear it from people's voices that their authority is being usurped. And you think that people want to be engaged with something where they don't have the authority and control. They don't. And my honest opinion, if I pull back and just get away from the bickering back and forth between men and women, is to go, wow, the grandparents' power is gone. I see y'all arguing with them all the time. So I think that's one of the major reasons.
I disagree to some extent. Yes, there is a lot of people who don't really allow the grandparent to kind of take over or to take the top of the hierarchy, as you put it. But I don't think that it should be that way, because it's your children, and there's a lot more knowledge now than there was when they were around. And a lot of older people, they like to stay in the mindset of, you can't teach an old dog new tricks, or this is how I am. They don't want to change. They're really rigid, right? And then you have to take into account, like, society is not supportive of or conducive of the proper, like she was saying, the proper environment to raise a kid. Even if you're in a good neighborhood, think of the way that the algorithms on social media work, or the technology that the kids have access to. It's messing up their minds, right? Like, you got to think, like, anything that you're consuming, whether it's food or knowledge, it's forming who you are, how you are. And even the algorithms on social media, they're polarizing. They're totally polarizing. Anytime you're looking at a certain type of media, they're going to keep feeding you that, and they're feeding you negativity, and people are biologically attracted to negativity, and so it's compounding, and it's just not conducive. And then, like she was saying, there is no village anymore. Parenting is hard. Yeah, if there was a village and there were people around you that you could trust, and people weren't losing their minds and shooting up shit, and if it wasn't the way it is, like, yeah, let's have more kids. But it's not conducive to that. Even the manosphere is crazy.
So I think this is my opinion. Let me just acknowledge I don't have kids, but I have a bunch of nephews, nieces, and brothers, right? I spend an expensive amount of time supporting and taking care of, right? So, and I say that because this is what I really think. I think the desire to be there. Think about a basketball player. I want to play basketball all day. Is basketball hard? Yeah, but I love it. Do we really love being parents? And the answer is no. If you put love there and the desire there, when those moments when you have to wake up and you dislike it and you start to change I'm happy to do it. I think it changes things. I think right now people are just very unhappy. And I want to tie in this point, and I'll get Bree in here in just a moment. This is something that's very important that I've noticed. And I want to correlate it to sports, even though I don't care about sports, but it's perfect for this analogy. See, there's a thing called analytics that coaches, old school, hate. Y'all want to talk about these analytics? What about the feel of love of the game? You can't analyze that, right? And that's why they push back against analytics. So the three-pointer here, 23 feet, the shortest corner, you get a 72% chance to make the shot. They argue that against old school methods. They we've been coaching basketball forever. So now we correlate more information and science into raising children. And you hear these old school people tell you, man, we don't need nothing like that. We know how to raise these kids. Y'all the ones struggling to raise these kids. We did our job. Y'all can't do your job. And I think it's kind of similar to that, where we're putting so much emphasis and thoughts on this new information and new things. And I'm not saying it's true or not. I'm just having a conversation of, stress and, mental illness and all these things that they would have never discussed back then, never knew existed, and they still process it. And all of our comparisons that come through, whether it's good times or bad, is from the past. We have nothing forward to compare it to say this is what we would prefer. We always tie it to the past experience, been raised that way, and we tie it to a village, which then supersedes money because Black people ain't never really had no money. So what do you think about that? And then Bree, you can go after Ty.
But okay, so on the money part, how is money not important? Like she said, where you are economically has a huge impact on the type of education your kids are going to get and so much more. And that ties back to, like you said, Black people never had anything. The what is it, redlining, where the way that the school system is funded is from the housing tax. And if you live in a bad neighborhood, the tax on the lower cost properties is going to be lower. Therefore, the funding for the schools is lower. So you have to have money. You have to have a partner who can afford to be in a more expensive environment, because if you don't, then you're going to have a lower education, which is going to, lower their prospects for life, lower their college prospect, lower their network of because success is largely due to network. So
you're speaking about things that we never had access to. We never had access to education. That was not how our families was being raised. Actually, in the ghettos was some of the safest places back then. We don't really speak a lot to that. What happened is the children are out of control because the parents are inept. You can actually be in a poor place and have well-mannered children.
Not today.
They don't have. You said what?
Not today. Look at what
point.
is influencing the kids. The music alone is a huge factor in what's detrimental to these kids.
Aaron, let me say this.
The propaganda is way worse, because I think a lot of times, and that's where the disconnect with the younger and the old people are, which like that's one, even more than we get in these gender wars. You understand, and you're on these panels when we go with the generational wars, like they're not facing the same thing. Yeah, maybe neighborhoods were safer before drugs hit it, but guess what? We're talking after the crack epidemic. We're talking after hip hop. We're talking after we have the media actually pushing for our little girls to be whores, pushing single motherhood, pushing degeneracy, pushing drugs. Like there's literally songs on the radio saying what little girls are looking up to Glorilla, and she's saying she keeping it in the family and she fucking niggas' cousins. And these little girls, and there are little girls on TikTok dancing to these songs because they're making the fucking song that goes along with this whole "I'm fucking your cousin" song. And it's 9-year-old girls listen to that, and
I don't hear that stuff. I never heard those songs before.
But what I'm saying is, the little girls on TikTok are hearing it, and we did not have this. Like my parents are boomers. There was nobody in no boomer age talking about, yeah, I want to fuck on your cousin and trying to make that cool. They were not dealing with the propaganda that we were dealing with, the violence that we were dealing with. Like it's an attack on the family right now. Like it's never been before. So they're not dealing with it. And it is a new age. So it's like, yeah, they didn't understand English, but in a lot of ways, our parents failed us because they were sitting around waiting on their Social Security. My daddy is a boomer. So at the end of the day, guess what? He does get his Social Security. By the time I'm his age, Social Security would not be a thing anymore. They pushed it 10 years back from the moment that he received it. When he got it at 65. You was able to get your full benefits. You get your full benefits at 75 now. I'm only 28. By the time I'm 75, that shit will not exist. So he didn't teach me how to do a mortgage. He didn't teach me about a 401k or IRA or how to hide my taxes, stocks, bonds, all of that. And to be in this society surviving, you have to have an understanding. You have to be financially literate because you have to get up out of these neighborhoods or you will not survive. Your kids will not survive.
CBG is full of fit. Tell that little nigga we just dropped the bread. The sniper you waiting outside for that air. My game sit up and I know they gon' blast.
I don't think they want. I think you jump the gun into what your desires are. I know that you want your kids to have the best education. They don't have to have it. I know you want your kids to go to the best schools. They don't have to. I know you want your kids to eat the best food. They don't have to. It's like those are our desires. It's actually not required. I know we keep saying that to the point where we're trying to convince ourselves, why bring a kid in this world if they can't have the best food, the best environment, the best schools, et cetera, et cetera. I'm going to be honest with y'all. Society will cease to exist if that's the thought process, because we've never been in an environment where that existed. It's always been hierarchies and classism, always. So we went from something that worked in children. Some of the greatest minds come from the worst conditions. the worst experience, and y'all just don't want y'all kids to go through it. So that's the answer. But danger exists everywhere, and the people that have the least amount of children are in the richest zip codes. They're the richest zip codes. So I don't. It's a lot of conflicting information, but I want to get Bree in here because I want to get her thoughts. Go ahead, Bree.
Can you hear me okay? I'm on a different mic.
Yeah, you good. I can hear you now.
Okay, perfect. I was listening to the I guess last person talking about the village because I just had a baby earlier this year, and I thought I had one. Yeah, I thought I had one, but they never came. So I thought I had great relationships with everybody, but no one ever showed up for me. So it was just me and my husband. Now almost over half a year in, haven't really gotten any help at all. So I think the village, you have to pay for it because I was considering, buying a night nurse and then, hiring a doula to help for a little bit longer. Because here in Oregon, you get a free doula, but it's only for 20 hours. And we use that up, I think, in the first 2 months, easily.
So my mind works a little different. So in my mind, I think you should pay for it, but I don't necessarily think it has to be money. I think you need to compensate for people that are willing to do it for something that's important to them. And I think we don't often think about it. We always look at everything in dollar signs, right? But there are other things that people value that if you would give them to them, that don't mean you get to go to sleep. That just means maybe you accommodate them for their time and they focus on assisting in that area of life. Like, okay, I'm with the child now while you assist in taking this off my hands in a different experience. If we attempted to identify things like that, I think that would bring more awareness to the possibilities that occur. But I'm just not sure that we do that. I think we just think we can outsource everything like we run in our family like a business because it sounds good. Because if we tell y'all marriage is a business, we run our family as a business, it sounds like we can run operations through a monetary base. And I believe people have always done things to accommodate different things. When you talk about a village, those other people got some from the village. It wasn't just existing. So I think we need to give people what they want and really look for that as opposed, because I'm willing to do things that have no money involved. I've always been like that. I don't believe a dollar sign has to be attached to something that is valuable. So I think if we are to start looking at it differently, we could make changes, but I don't think ultimately that's the case.
Can you give a real world example of that? Because I can't see that.
Oh, okay. I just wanted to respond to that really quick. I agree with you. But the problem is the people I've known my entire life were supposed to show up for me. There's been plenty of strangers that offered to watch her and I don't even know their last name. Like they would just see me like, oh my goodness, I want to be, the auntie. I want to help out. Take my number. And then I'm like, I just met you yesterday. I can't, expect you to really do anything maybe for the next child years down the line, but not right now. So yeah, the people who are supposed to be there for me just weren't.
Yeah, no, I understand that. And
can I reply to her?
Oh yeah, go ahead. I'll be right back.
No,
Go ahead.
see, that's what I'm saying. So what you're explaining is exactly what I'm explaining, right? Is that the village is gone, right? Whereas the reason why you expected that is because you're expecting it to be a village. These people that love me, these people that guided me, they're supposed to be here to help. So you had an awakening and you were able to manage that, right? You and your husband were able to push through that even without the village, and y'all feel like y'all are doing positive things. So what I'm saying is you would be the anomaly. You would be the exception to the rule. The other people who are expecting a village and then not getting the village, they're struggling. Especially because a lot of them aren't even married. They don't even have husbands. They're single mothers. You know what I'm saying? And that's why I really don't encourage women to have kids out of wedlock, to have kids with a man who's not going to be there, all in, because it is hard, and a lot of these women are cracking under pressure because they're saying that they're a superwoman and they're putting the stripes on and they're handling it, but they're ruining the kids. They're ruining kids, and the communities are reflecting that the kids that are being raised by the single mothers, that are being raised without the village, when we look into the communities where the rates are high for that, they're not winning. They're struggling.
Yeah, I
And
agree
I
with
just
that.
want to add something.
Yeah,
I
go
just want
ahead.
to add something. Aaron spoke about we never had education and all that stuff. But if you look at historically what was necessary to survive versus now. Like you could survive with like, just a trade, like a basic skill, and you can afford to buy a house, you can afford to go to college, you can afford to do a lot of these things more easily because it wasn't at the level of inflation that it is, especially college, right? So if you're saying that, but the skill sets and the finances and the knowledge that we need today to survive, to just basically survive without being at the very bottom. That's why the gap is growing, the wealth gap, right? Because of the knowledge. They have knowledge that we don't. There are also policies in place that, yes, absolutely.
No.
Absolutely. Because if it were not for, I'm sorry?
That's a lie. It's not solely based upon that information. It's based upon people's desires. Like if I told you that if you have a child, you can never travel the world again. You have to stay in your city, but your child will have a good life. Would you be willing to sacrifice traveling the world?
That's not true though,
but see, when we get into having these conversations, we never talk about what y'all can no longer have, which you must give up now. And you cannot have it. Huh?
What must we give up?
All you do is work and come home and take care of your kids. That's it.
No, it's all about mindset and knowledge. It's what you know. That's why education is so important, because the more you know, the more you can do.
But that's the point. There was a level of sacrifice that existed when we speak to these families. What I hear now is we need to have it all. I should be able to do this. I should be able to do that. I'm not hearing I'm willing to not do this, because there are families that never traveled, that never got on an airplane, that's never been able to do anything, but they made sure food was on the table. They made sure they helped them with their homework, etc. What I'm hearing now is I don't want to do that. I should be able to do both. We just need to make more money. And I'm not saying what's right or wrong. I'm just telling you the truth of what is exactly occurring. This is exactly what's occurring. People are not trying to give up anything. I'm not hearing nobody talk about, I don't need to get on no airplanes. I don't need to drive down a couple of states, take this vacation. I don't need to do none of that. You know what they're saying? Because my child should be able to experience the world. I want my child to travel. I want my child to be cultured. I want.
Yes, that is important. We live in a global economy.
Saying that's
now.
important.
Yes, because we live in a global economy, whereas in the past, it was not the case. We are not in the same world. You're arguing points for a world that no longer exists.
That world still exists.
And let me add,
world definitely exists.
If you only aim at a low level, you'll never go higher. You have to reach higher. You may not get there, but you'll land higher than you would have had you not aimed as high as you did.
So that's fine. However, the stories that we hear is my parents sacrificed and gave up everything so I could go to college and I could excel. But what I hear from our community is, nah, I'm not going to sacrifice everything so that my children are the ones that excel and I have little to nothing of the worldly things that they say I'm supposed to have to be happy. Everything that I have is wrapped up in my child. And what I hear women say now is, man, the children turn 18, 19, they leave the house and we ain't got no life now. Where do I go? I'm just saying I'm hearing that now. And it's not about right or wrong. I'm identifying.
And then also, they're not even willing to sacrifice a weekend to go to a club. They'll bring there's people out there who bring their kids and put their kids in the car while they go out to the club. That's how crazy. Nobody's willing to sacrifice anything.
That is a very, very like isolated event that you're speaking about, and you're trying to make it seem like that's the commonality. Like
that's not normal at all.
I'm not saying the point wasn't. Wait, hold on. The point wasn't that specific thing was normal. The point is that people are not willing to sacrifice at all.
That's not true.
Anything.
I sacrifice all the time. That's absolutely not true.
Wait, Ty. No, hold on, Sherelle. Not you, because one thing I have to teach all women is that when we have conversations, we not talk about you. You don't get to give your example. Talk about what the experience of the world is.
Women
and don't just say
sacrifice all the time. Even the little trips every day or every other day to the playground, that is a sacrifice. That is gas, that is time, that is energy. everything is a sacrifice. Every moment that we're reading bedtime stories, that we're cooking at home, that we're buying them clothes and shoes is a sacrifice, because had we not had the children, we would be doing for ourselves.
Gang, gang. CBG in full effect. Tell that little nigga we just dropped the bread. The sniper you waiting outside for that air. Mike ain't sit up, and I know they gon' blast.
That man is so handsome.
I'ma just say this, fellas. They don't want no men on this panel. I'ma just tell y'all that's what it seemed like to me. So don't do it.
But
I
I
wanted
just
to
feel
say-
like I'm sorry, I'm just saying this. I was happy that you showed the girl from Korea. I was happy that you were showing not just black women, because every time people come up here with points about people leaving their kids in the car to go with clubs, we're talking about 3 billion women. That's the conversation we're having. We're not talking about American women. We're not talking about black women out the hood, because I know that's what y'all love to talk about. We're talking about 3 to 4 billion women. We're talking about other countries, and America is not in the top 10 for people who are not having kids. We're not even in the top 10 of the countries. Okay? So we're talking about billions of women. Like billions of women are not leaving their kids in a car to go to the club. That's just
Hey, I ain't got
ridiculous.
nothing to do with that. We might share a similar name, but I have nothing to do with that. Let me read the 2 super chats real quick that came in. Grizz says, boomers did move from the hood and kept their kids off the internet, though, so they can speak to it. I had to just speak up for the boomers, though. I would agree. I don't like
don't
that
even know what internet is.
They do.
There was barely
So
any internet to have. All we
I
had
have
was
boomer
MySpace.
parents.
Y'all
Well,
are so
like I remember when the internet came out, we had to turn the phone off.
Well,
I'm sorry, let Bree go. I'm
super
sorry.
chat. GBGville says you can do that now with the trades. The F is you talking about? Jesus Christ, you talk about working in trades and job. Well, the thing is, ultimately, there are people that don't live in the hood that don't want to have no babies. Like, because Sherelle talks about it all the time. And everybody ain't in the hood. That's a small example of the population. People that aren't in the hood, that are not in the most dangerous environments, not having children. What's the excuse to that? I'm going to say again, desires. They desire to be an executive. Women is winning. They outdoing men. We can prove we can do what y'all can do. Fine. I'm not telling you what is right? I'm telling you what I hear is everybody can thrive. That's what I hear. Everybody can thrive. I can do this. My husband can do this. We both get into it. If I make 100K, he make 100K. It used to be if he make 100K and I make 20, we got 120. Now it's if I make 100K and he make 20, we got 20K because he ain't using my money. And that's just what the experiences have been. And ultimately, the truth of the matter is this. These women do not like the men that they pick. They don't like them. They just not liking these men. And I'm like, wow, that's what it's hard for me to have these conversations because I'm like, I ain't never had no woman do no craziness like that to me. I ain't had no woman act like that, scream like that. I ain't never had no experience with a woman that I've ever spent time around, dated, whatever, ever have these experiences that y'all experience. And it's mind-blowing to me half the time that y'all can have people this close to y'all and this stuff happen to y'all. So I just don't think y'all like the people that y'all with. And that trickles down to the children, because at the end of the day, if y'all don't like the parent, it's going to affect the children. I rarely can find somebody that can be like, yeah, I don't like the dad, but he's a phenomenal dad. And I don't like the mom. She's a phenomenal mom. It still has an impact on the children somehow, some way. And I just think people just don't like their partners.
I mean, let's be real, most men are not father material these days.
Most men?
Like most men, yes, most men. Look at the past versus now. In the past, we had men in suits, for the most part, large and in part, working jobs. Now every day, all the men these days want to wear sneakers and t-shirts and ball caps and
that's
play
what
video
women
games.
like. Oh, wait. You telling me women are getting the men that like, I don't sneakers and ball caps, I don't wear ball, but that's not the point. And they don't have the options. I see men in suits all the time in the financial districts everywhere. Are you saying those men are taken and there ain't no single guys rocking suits? That's your argument?
Large and in part, those men, first of all, have access to a lot of women, but they are choosing not to commit because of the mindset of society today.
No.
They have some money, so they feel like they should have all these women and they don't have to commit to get the women. And men are typically, large and in part, not going to do their, yes.
What you're doing though is you're taking the parts that you like about life and trying to exclude the other parts that you don't like about life. For example, look at men back in the past. They had multiple families. They was cheating on grandma and had mothers on the other side of towns. That was normal. Y'all said the women just had to deal with it because they couldn't leave. But the example you use at the different type of men is you pull back from the men in the past to make a comparison to men now. So you took the good part that you like and left out the bad.
Not necessarily, because think about what you just said, right? Because back in the day, those men who had other families, first of all, they were more economically sound. They could support those families, whereas now the men want to do the same thing and they can barely survive with the first family. And then you have to take into account the fact that, again, the women could not leave. They couldn't get bank accounts or property or do very much at all without men. So how could they leave? So they a large in part stayed because they had no other choice. Whereas now we have a choice. You're not going to play me and I'm going to sit around and look at you and risk STDs that's running
the fact that y'all bring that up, that grandpa didn't have multiple families. He didn't. Grandpa was a hoe. He was a male hoe. He was out there having unprotected sex with women, and there were kids being produced from it, and he were out there creating broken homes. He was not taking care of all those women how he was taking care of your grandmother. And most likely we didn't find out until he died and all the messy people showed up at the funerals. But all of those broken homes that he created, all those side chick babies that he created, that created a very bad result for the community. Why don't we ever ask grandpa to take accountability for the fact that you were creating broken homes. You were creating little girls who thought it was okay to be sleeping with married men. And that cycle continued to go on and on and on. You were creating little boys who were being raised in a home with a mother who was not a good woman because she was sleeping with somebody else's husband, just being a floozy out there. You gave that mother to your son, and then you decided not to show up and be a father in his life. You did not. You did not show up to be a father in his life. And at the end of the day, that produced negative results down the line. It really did.
The compounding effect, absolutely.
Thank you. Please go read that book, A Compound. Well, let Bree go because she hasn't been able to get in.
I guess I just wanted to go back to Aaron's point. I guess this is before he left the first time, about women having less children if they do. Like I said, I just had my first baby earlier this year, and if I would have known that my postpartum experience would be like that, it just makes me worry about having more. Obviously, I wanted my daughter. We planned her meticulously, but knowing that no one was going to show up for me, I would have thought twice. The timing at the very minimum. But I guess I just want to say my husband is phenomenal. He's doing great, but he has to work full time and I'm a stay-at-home mom. So it's like every second he's here, he should essentially be resting and sleeping and playing with the baby, not literally taking up for the time that I'm not able to take care of myself. So I think that's the issue that's going on at the moment. I mean, obviously it's getting better the more mobile she gets, but it would have just been really nice to have someone else here just so that I could focus on myself, because I'm 100% always focused on her.
So it's interesting you say that, right? Because I'm trying to listen to what Ty is saying. We're not in the same environment. I obviously aware of that. But then we're hearing we need a village. And I'm thinking to myself, what would make women want to necessarily be a village for other women? What compensation would they want? And that's part where it gets interesting, right? Because my assumption. Oh, go ahead, Ty.
It's not necessarily compensation, right? It's the mindset. It's society. It's the way that we are taught. We are trained. We are society. Like the everybody is looking at it like it's all about the nuclear family, right? So why am I standing up for you? I have to go get my own family to take care of my kids. Whereas if, as a society, we thought of it differently, right? Then there would be different outcomes. It's all about your mindset.
I guess I would say it depends on your family dynamic.
Thank you.
Well, I guess I was trying to remember Aaron's question. I was actually writing things down because it's hard to remember things nowadays. But when you were talking about the compensation, there we go. The compensation when it comes to helping other people. Since I know what my experience was like, for instance, if my cousin or someone else had a kid, I would, again, fly across the country to help them not go through what I went through. So it doesn't matter if they showed up for me or not, I would show up for them because I know how it's like. And most of them around my age and older, they don't even have kids. So they have no idea what I just went through, even though I try to describe it to them. So the second they're going through it, I would want to be there to help them. And that would be my compensation, just knowing that no one else has to go through what I went through.
And just like a little continuation on that point, like if you look at it like group economics, right? Aaron keeps talking about compensation. If there were a group economic system largely in place, there would be no speaking of compensation because we are all working for the good of the community. That is group economics, right? So we all like, okay, so we are all in this community, right? So we have this group of mothers, they circulate and they watch the kids while this group of mothers works and they kind of circle out, and these people they do the gardening and prepare, like they grow the food, and then like you see what I'm saying? Like if there were group economics and we just had systems where we know, okay, we're all working for a common good and it's not just your nuclear family and my nuclear family, then I think that issue would be eliminated because you're getting value out of the group economic system that's in place.
I don't know about all this growing food and stuff and everything, but basically there was no looking for a compensation like that because the village was your family, your extended family, your aunts, cousins, your older cousins, or cousins old enough to watch help you watch the kids. You know what I'm saying? That was the extended family. Now people don't have as extensive of a family anymore because people started having less and less kids. So the opportunity for, this sister couldn't watch my kids for me on this night, then my other sister could. You know what I'm saying? You had different little options or whatever like that. The sister's kids, when they get old enough, they can help watch the younger ones' kids. You know what I'm saying? The younger cousins and all that kind of stuff. So that's the village. Wasn't nobody looking for no money when it came to that kind of stuff.
So if I'm listening, right? And I hate that Ty can use that we in a different environment, it ain't the same no more, but pull back her point from the past, which is a different environment. I hate that she could do that, but this is the world we live in. I think the issue from what I'm hearing now, when you guys describe the village, right? Can you guys give me insight to what that actually is? Is that men or is that mainly women? Because it
mainly
matters.
Women.
Can you repeat the question? I didn't hear the first part.
Absolutely. I'll say the first part because I just want to repeat it. It drives me crazy, the fact that Ty can talk about how we not in the past and the environment and everything is different now, but make her points by pulling from the past. It drives me crazy. Now, I want to know that when we speak about the village, like what exactly is the village? Is that the men or is that the women? Because I'm trying to understand what that population looks like and what were their contribution, because then I can make an assessment that I think is important.
Oh, well, I mean, obviously besides my husband, I imagine, for instance, my mom, cousins, being here for me. Like that was the goal. Again, my family lives on the other side of the country, and last minute, a lot of cancellations. Again, no ill will to them, but it was very last minute, and I was already about to give birth, so it didn't help make the situation any better. But yeah, I imagine, women, essentially.
Yep, women.
Okay, Kylie.
I would say women, because on my mom's side, even though it is mostly women, on my dad's side, he got two brothers, but it was still the aunts and the girl cousins that watched the younger ones. So it was women.
Okay, perfect. That's what I needed to get a level of understanding for. Now, do we have those same type of women that exist that are willing to do that? Because this is my best guess. If we utilize a village and we make a comparison to people from the past, I have to acknowledge that I'm presuming the type of work that those women did was not so much time consuming that it pulled them farther away from the home and where the children were. So if they were helping raise somebody else's kids, they could bring their kids to help that. So I'm trying to figure this out, but my guess is they still had to answer to a man to a certain degree. And to, I would say now, these women don't want to answer to men if they still have that same freedom to like in a fluid way assist family member to family member, because obviously the men are not present at home because they're out and about, which gives that flexibility to them to be able to assist family member because they all grew up on the same block, things like that. But I think women wanting to work was to give that level of freedom to where they don't have to answer to a man. What do you think about that?
Exactly.
I
Yes,
agree.
because I'm sorry, go ahead.
I was just gonna say I agree to that. Not oh my goodness. 1 second.
No, it's fine. We don't mind. The baby I like babies. But no, so that I think that's the part we're gonna have to deal with the truth. I don't see women wanting to say I'd rather a village exists and possibly have to deal with a man having a level of authority again, because now I can make money and I don't really want it, and the village ain't worth it to me. So, like, do you believe
I think you're going a little far with that.
The village, in my experience, the village they had jobs too.
I never said they didn't have jobs.
So what do you mean?
Where did their jobs take them to? Like, okay, were they working as farther out as the men, or were they in a community in which they were close enough to where they can go help? Because how can you help in the village if you have a job?
I actually agree with you. I think that was the other part. Because one family member was starting a new job, and again, I'm on the other side of the country now, but I was told that it wouldn't be a problem. So the fact that my aunties and my daughter's great aunts are still working, when my great grandmother didn't have to work. I believe she was a stay-at-home mom after her second kid. Great grandmother was a stay-at-home mom after her second kid, so she had all the time in the world, and she was raising everyone else's kids literally up until the day she passed. And that was 2016 when she passed. So I remember seeing at least 5 people living in her house at one point, circulating throughout the year. So that time for her is gone. And when me and my husband were talking about having kids, I had already lost my job due to the sickness. I don't know what you call it on this channel. So I ended up just staying home, and I was actually pregnant when we found out I lost my job.
Oh, wow. See, when I'm listening, right, I'm not necessarily, and I'll let you go right after this, Callie Bev. I'm not necessarily, my focus is being combative. My focus is identifying. So what I'm hearing there is that making a correlation to what I hear women say now is it can only be one queen in this castle. It can only be one king. Like, they don't want to share space with their mothers and grandmothers and women that technically by societal authority have rank over them. Like, you ain't about to tell me what you're doing in my house, mama. So we ain't gonna live together. Like, I've experienced that at very high rates of seeing that. Is that something you guys have seen?
I've heard that. And the other thing is, people in your village, they do have to be able to quote unquote parent your child without you there. In the 90s, all of our neighbors knew each other. I mean, my husband, his grandmother lived 8 houses down from my childhood home, and that's how we met. And the grandmother knew us, so she would see us as the streetlights were coming on and would call our mom to let us know we were on our way. So that time is done, and I really thought, even though I'm across the country, that I would still get some of that, and I got none of it. So when I think about those times, it was important to know your neighbors. It was important to know who was around you, because those are going to be your friends. Again, in my case, ended up being my husband, one of her grandchildren, and she had my mom's number. She knew our first and last name and what we looked like. She could identify us by our walk. And again, I didn't realize moving across the country would change that, but it did change that to the point to where now strangers want to help me more than the people I've known my whole life. And I think that's the other scary part, is because I don't even know them. They're people, their last names, and they're giving me their number because they see a cute kid, and I don't know how to feel about that. So I'm not trying to turn people away, as the comments said earlier. I'm trying to, I guess, gauge what I'm supposed to be doing now. Yeah, at least 5 or 6 different women have given me their number, or follow me online to say, oh, if you need anything, let me know. I understand having a kid that young, but I'm like, where are my aunties? Where are my big cousins? Nowhere to be found.
I just wanna I disagree with your point that women are looking at it like, I'm gonna be the only queen of this castle. It's more so that when the men were able in those times to make enough money because inflation wasn't as bad as it is, and the wages they were making were enough to actually sustain a somewhat quality life, right?
This is ridiculous. You're
They
lying.
abused their power. Now, fast forward, we first of all, a man's income is not enough to sustain a family. So the women have to work. We have to not only work, we have to work a good career, or it's not worth it. Like, who wants to slave away at McDonald's? Like, right? Nobody wants to do that. And
See,
men
Tia,
largely speak
Tia,
on,
you seem
hold
like
on,
you're too much into the financial aspect of family. You so much
because
deep
it's
into
important.
financial.
It's important. If you don't have money, you can't feed yourself, you
But
can't
let
house
me tell you
yourself.
this, right? If you
We have
continue like
a
that, you can never
epidemic
be
of
able to raise a family.
homelessness in the United States. Do we not?
Right, but okay, so look,
It's very
yeah,
sad. It's very sad.
my
But
look,
continue.
my boomer aunts and uncles, okay, they were not working at McDonald's. All right. Everybody worked, you know what I'm saying?
Well, he didn't let
The
me
thing
finish
of it
my
is
point,
was that
but
whatchamacallit, grandma was the one that watched the kids until the oldest of the grandchildren were old enough to watch the younger kids. That's basically how it worked. So, as far as the village not being available, no, it fell on grandma until the older kids got old enough, or when the youngest of the aunts and uncles had their own small children, they were already at home, and then they could watch.
CBG in full effect. Tell that little nigga we just dropped the bread. The sniper you waiting outside for that air. Mike ain't shit up, and I know they gon' blast.
I'm sorry.
Wasn't nobody rich neither. Everybody stayed in Compton. Compton was not, big. Compton was not Beverly Hills back in the day. Okay?
I agree. I agree with that.
CBG in full effect. Tell that little nigga we just dropped the bread. The sniper you waiting outside for that air. Mike ain't shit up, and I know they gon' blast.
They don't want men on this panel. I want to tell y'all they don't want no men on this panel.
I just want to finish my previous point. I said McDonald's like as a comparison to like the cleaning jobs or like the waitress jobs that they had in the past. Like a lot of times in the manosphere, men will argue like, we don't care about your career, we don't care about your education, this, that, and the third. But if you do not get an education, your job prospects are going to be terrible, right? Yes, they are. In this day and age, you cannot survive without either going to get a trade, some additional education, a degree, or something. You have to have something, and that is why women are prioritizing their economic stability so they can provide a stable future for their children, so they can get in good schools and have nice homes and have a backyard and a puppy, right? Because you can't do that. Nice puppies are like $3,000 unless you're going to the pound and then whatever.
Well, my
A lot
husband,
of
he actually is
employers
in
are
trade. Yeah, my husband's in trade and actually have a college degree, and I'm the one that's home because he was making more. So honestly, I wish I never went to college, and I said that multiple times because it was a waste. Oh my goodness, girl.
I was gonna say a lot of employers were forego that piece of paper for it. I mean, if you have job experience or experience in the field, enough of it anyway, for them to overlook that having that BA degree.
And can I ask, how do you get that experience without experience? Your network, right? And if you're in a bad neighborhood, who's your network? A bunch of people who don't own nothing, who can't give you any opportunities.
You can meet a lot of people at the barbershop. It's not hard. All kinds of people go in the
Barbershop,
barbershops
who can
to get
afford to go to
haircuts and
barbershop?
stuff like
People with
that.
money.
People
I
with
think she's making a
what?
good point there. I know she's making a good point there because nepotism, like the world really runs on nepotism. Like you literally, because I dropped out of my second year of law school. I promise you, all those kids who had an uncle or their uncle had a friend who was a judge or somebody who owned they were getting the internships because their uncle owned the law firm, or their uncle's friend owned the law firm, or they are like just buddies, or they live in the same neighborhood. Like those people are going to get the opportunities first. So what she's saying is, yeah, when you grow up if you grow up in a neighborhood and you live around judges and lawyers and politicians, and you're mingling with their kids and your parents are mingling with their parents, you will have better access to opportunities with that network. You definitely will, than living in the hood and you live around a bunch of drug dealers and people that work at McDonald's and somebody that work at this. You understand what I'm saying? Just like in New Orleans.
Okay, because I don't want to go too far. I didn't catch up on the super chats. What y'all saying is about to make my head explode. Granville says, it's not that I don't want the men on the panel. I just want the goofy bras to get their dumb opinions out.
Oh,
dang, that's deep right there. Granville said, give them like 45 minutes, please, guys, because I want to hear the foolishness they say. Thanks, gentlemen. Grizz says, so why not go find a man in a church or a bank? Interesting. The garbage man had 4 families back then, Terrell. Oh, dang, 4 of them? Grizz says, women twerking on TikTok in the club, getting shots poured in their mouth, trying to chase some fake coins and a peanut. They going to be saying they never got a 30, crying on social media, but it's the suits. Yeah, they don't want no men in those suits. Evil says, facts, Grizz. Ty, to split could never stay under the same roof. I'm not sure exactly what that means.
Vagina.
Let them please hang themselves on their own for once. And Grizz says, give me a job so easy it's free, but pay for it because I can do a job like you that's hard and makes money, but I don't want to cause it because it's hard. I don't want it because it's hard. So we keep referencing the hood, right? Do the majority of people live in the hood?
No.
So
the majority of people of color live in areas of low economics.
What the?
The majority of Black folks do not live in the hood, ma'am.
Not the hood, but the value of those areas is not at the top of the nation. I don't really know how else to say it, but you get where I'm going with that.
No, I don't.
Okay, what I'm saying is look at the Black people economically versus white people. I saw this on what's his name? JT, the dude that's like a financial investor. Y'all might know. He's got
Pocket Watching with JT?
Yeah, Pocket Watching with JT. Yes. He showed like some stats, right? The white people, they had an economic value of, I think it's like 200 billion or some shit, and we have like maybe 1.1 billion economically as Black people. So I'm saying that their houses are worth more, their networks are worth more, their bank accounts have more, and so they have more economic opportunities.
Well, let's correct the reasoning for that. One, if I have more people that can generate money, it's a possibility that I can do that. So if you speak to white, you say 60% of the population, let's just say we're 13%. So you're looking at a multiple of like 5-6 times, right? So at that point, they can generate more money and make more money because they have more people to help and assist make this money. You are trying to get people with less resources, which are people, to generate as much money as more of a population. That's almost insane to try to attempt to do. Nobody else has close to that same power in any other group either. So it ain't just us. Your argument is
that's not true. The Asians have a closer to as far as 1-for-1 to the white people. They definitely are closer.
Okay, you'll have to send me that. You'll have to send those economics to me if you're saying Asian people are closer to a 1-on-1. They may generate an income, but they do not have the land, the resources that they've had in these families for years upon years. It just does not exist. And then because regardless, nobody is going to make more than the majority. That is exceedingly rare and almost never occur. So if you just want to go to a place like Nigeria and be like the majority group there, they'll have the most money there. I think there's confusion to why they have more resources, more access, because they have more of an ability to do so.
Well,
But
not necessarily. It's kind of like a fully loaded reason. It's more than just what they're able to produce. The politics, the laws that are in place also supports them having more money. It's a lot that needs to be done on other economic groups' part in
Okay.
order to get closer. So it's more
So
than that.
let me ask you this: do you think those other groups that are winning are going to want to step out of the way and let Black people ascend up so they can start making as much money and have as many resources as them? So then you could say, hey, Black people doing it too. Or do you think they're not going to allow that to happen?
I don't believe it's going to happen the way that the system is set up now, because if you look at who's actually who the lawmakers are, they're largely in part white people as well, and they're not going to do anything that's going to detriment their group and their offspring.
Now, let's challenge what you just said slightly. Just want to challenge just a little bit. I want to acknowledge Cree. Thank you. Thank you for the super sticker. I appreciate it. So I definitely have to blow the horn. Sorry, I have to do it 2 times because it's fun. Thank you, Cree. I appreciate it. Can I ask you this? Are white women birth rates going up or down, even though they have those men that you're claiming have the money and the resources? Is it going up or down for white women?
It's probably going down, just because, again, like, we don't have the systems in place to support motherhood anymore.
Okay.
And motherhood is not easy. I know people look at it like it is. It's a job. It's a bunch of jobs into one, and then you have to get a job to take care of your job.
Okay, let me ask you this. No, wait, 1 sec, Bree, and go right after me. I'm sorry, Bree. I just have to say this because Ty loves to make like the vein on my head pop out. Do people work jobs that they love because they're easy or because they love it?
Because they love it.
Okay, so being a mother, you just gonna have to love it, and it's supposed to be hard, correct?
Yes, but that doesn't mean you make it harder on yourself, like beyond what you can sustain, just because you love it. That would be dumb to detriment your life and the life of the child that you already have here, just because you love something and you bring in more burden for yourself because you know you don't have the system, you don't have the network, you don't have the village, the group economics to help you do that effectively in the world, in the economy as it is today.
Go ahead, Bree, because you're gonna make my hair fall off.
She might be with the baby.
Oh, well, you know my
Me?
level of patience.
Yes,
Bree.
Bree.
Oh, sorry, my baby's singing in the background. I have heard like motherhood referred to as a job because you are doing a lot. But I much prefer this, and I guess luckily I don't have to do a separate job. Like I just have to focus on her in the house. So if I had to do this plus a job, oh yeah, that would be absolutely. I can't even imagine it, to be perfectly honest.
Girl, it's not hard. It's easy. It's not easy at all. It's hard as hell. It's like my head's falling off half the time.
Bree has a husband. That she speaks only the highliness of. So it makes a little bit easier for her because he's a phenomenal guy.
But there are only about 15% of phenomenal guys available. So
from what I hear then, this is what I hear. The women that have phenomenal guys are saying, man, it's hard, but thank the heavens I have a phenomenal guy because he's amazing. And the women that because they complain the least, by the way, and the women that complain the most, ain't no man around. It's like a haystack just going through the little. They don't. The only reason they're that upset is because there is no man around. Because once a woman experiences the insane value that a man brings to their life and family, like you said, I don't care if it's 15%, take whatever you want percentage. Once a woman experiences, she goes, dang, this is crazy. I don't know how these other women do it. They need a man like this, but I'm not sharing. Now, that's just the truth. I'm not saying all women should have children then. You ain't got to. Well, you're just advocating for a man to make the most children when he's the top 15 is what you said. You're just advocating for them to make the most, and they're not making the most. The ones at the bottom are making the most.
That is true.
But they are being selected. Those men are selected. There's a thing called selection, and women are choosing them. And you guys feel upset and frustrated for those women and their experiences, but those women, you want them to have the free choice to keep picking those men. So
I just have a question for you, Aaron.
Yes.
If the case is that we have only the 15%, what exactly do you expect women to do when the majority of the men available are what they are? What do you expect for us to do? We date what is available to us. Especially those of...
Well, I have your answer. A lot of women are trash. So you can subtract that. Look, women will tell you just how trash women are. This is why y'all don't have the village now, because the women could just come together and say, we're gonna make a village, we're gonna put it together. We can run Fortune 500 companies like the men do. Stop spending your time trying to make Fortune 500 companies like the men do then, and focus on creating the little places like in Korea where they have for postpartum, and create those spaces for families and things like that. Do that. But what you want? No, you're not.
Yes, we are.
You're telling me there is no village around.
Listen. Things take time, do they not? Things take economic, monetary value.
Y'all get into the bag. Y'all get money. Y'all get more money than the men.
And we're using that to establish those systems now.
Okay, say less.
That's
Okay,
what's
listen.
happening.
I ain't mad at that. Listen. So then more women could have the children, because the rest of these women are trash. Because if you telling me,
at this point too, Aaron, I'm sorry to cut you off, but why are we having all of these children on top of the fact that we have overpopulation? We have all these kids in foster care and that aren't being taken care of now. Why is this even a conversation? Why are we not saying, how are we going to help these kids in foster care? Why are you pushing or asking us to have more children?
So I'm not asking women to have more children or not. Y'all could not have them. I personally don't give a damn. I'm asking the question of why is it occurring, right? It don't hurt me at all if all the women said, Aaron, I don't like you, so no more children in this world. I say, okay. I mean, if I'm the impediment, so be it. But I'm saying ultimately, it's not that we don't have enough, it's that we're underdeveloped. We have a lot of land that is not actually developed on, and that's an intentionality to obviously control markets. We do know that we could build a lot faster minus certain laws and restrictions. I'll give you a short example. You could literally buy a container home. I'm not telling you to live in a container home. I'm giving you an example, and put it on a plot of land. Get the electricity pumping through, get the system pump, and go from there. However, most people like, I ain't living in no container home, and I'm not telling you to. I'm just giving an example. They want a conventional home that's hammered down in the ground, built up 2 stories, whatever. So we have a lot of land. There's a lot of land, desert land that can be developed and built on. Like there's a lot of land in a lot of places that we are not developing intentionally to control other things outside of population. So we have a lot of space for people, but we're choosing not to develop.
Either, Aaron. That's not true.
That's not true.
No. Okay. So you spoke about the desert. You're speaking about that huge plot of land in the middle of the United States that's not developed, that many people don't live on. Why?
We can develop is the point.
But no, the reason why they're not is because humanity needs water. That's why humanity largely lives close to water sources, because you need water. Then you're saying cut down the trees.
No.
How are we going to breathe if we cut down all the trees, Aaron? We need the oxygen, Aaron. So why would we develop that
she's
land?
really speaking facts, and y'all know me. I'm always all over the.
She not
the majority
speaking
of the land
facts.
that y'all are talking about is really unlivable. We cannot chop the trees down. Literally.
Yeah. Oh, nobody said chop the trees down. Okay, listen. If you want water, wait, no, hold on. If you want water,
he's like, fuck the oxygen, have more kids.
Stop. Because you said she's speaking facts. So we're gonna find out if she's speaking facts. If you want water, Sherelle, where do you get it from?
I get my water from the
groundwater.
Somebody deliver it to you.
Right. And if it's farther away from the source, it costs more, right? So why would they do that if it costs more to drive it and truck it to these barren lands or to build pipelines that costs money, and we are broke as a country economically.
That's what it really is. The pipelines. It's not going to be the water that we drink. It's going to be the water we cook with, the water we take baths with, the water we wash clothes with.
This is why women is not in control of creating. Now, you find a problem, and what you'll say is, we just can't solve life. If y'all really believe that is a problem that we cannot solve, then y'all just don't know. That is a problem that we can solve. We can accommodate those things. Is it ideal? Let me give you an example. Is it like, let me see here, somewhere in South Dakota, is it ideal to have a home farther out where the next home isn't for another mile or so? No, it's not ideal, but people do it, and they don't necessarily have the particular items that they need and whatnot, but they have to go in town to get it. So it can be done. And as you start developing more areas and more areas, the more people we push there, the more things get developed. It can be done. There are intentions beyond just desert land, but beyond that can be done. If y'all don't believe that's intentional, then I understand. This is not the same conversation. So it's fine.
From my understanding, it is economic. And on top of that, America just is not built like that. In China, right, they had a similar area of desert-like land where China was able to build an entire city in the desert in 10 years. America can't put a damn bridge up in a year. We don't have it like that. We ain't got it like that.
But that's my point. If they can do it, what makes you believe we can't? We just don't
because Americans ain't built like that. I just gave you real world example.
Okay, but when you say
everybody listening into this chat right now has seen a bridge in their city, in their town, sitting there unfinished for a year plus, period. If you can't put up a bridge, how the fuck you gonna put a city up in the desert? We can bring them Chinese people or maybe some Mexicans over here to do it, but we're not gonna do it.
Hey, as long as they got you convinced, that's one more person that they have convinced.
Man,
it's mostly just politics, though. China, they want to do something, the government can just do it. They ain't got to check with nobody. But Americans, we fight over 5 cents amongst each other, so
we not built like that.
That's the reason why that is.
If y'all want to fall for that and keep saying we not built like that, fine. I'm telling you, it can be done.
What she's saying is not correct. What happened is that United States can do the same, can replicate what China does. But the thing is this: United States has a lot of regulations and permits that you have to go through in order to build something like that. So that's why China is a one-party system. They don't need regulations. They don't need permits. They just wreck up a city in 10 years easily. In the US, is the opposite. But the same thing is this: Mama T. You just complicating situation. You just know how to complicate discussion, man. You can stick to one discussion, but you bring in words and so many things, and you go too much around. Just make it easy. But the thing is this, right? I gotta tell you something. If you want to be a mother, you just have to cut your lifestyle. You so indebted into, or maybe inserted into materialistic
CBG in full effect. Tell that little nigga we just dropped the bread. The sniper you waiting outside for that air. My gang sit up, and I know they gon' blast.
Oh wow. I was actually gonna agree with the one point he made when you said if you want to be a mom, all you have to do is cut your lifestyle. For that, I mean, I don't think I was frivolous before that. I don't own design or anything, and I sew, so I make pretty much everything myself. So when you think about it, cutting your lifestyle is one part of the equation. I think that's a big one, because most people I know at least have design or something, and they prioritize that, over other things in their lives. But motherhood, you do have to cut down your lifestyle if it was already inflated. And then you have to think about what you can, again, sacrifice. Like you said that earlier, what you have to sacrifice. I mean, your body, your time, your energy. And if you want to have a high-powered career, that has to stop. Like, you cannot have it all. And again, there are some people who seem to manage it, but you don't see how many people are helping them in the background. The average person can't manage all of that. It's impossible.
It's not impossible.
It is impossible.
I'm doing it right now. It's not impossible. It's just hard as hell, but it's not impossible.
Well, I'm saying it's impossible to have. I mean, we only have 24 hours in a day. If most of those aren't dedicated to just the children, it's very hard to gauge long term what that's going to look like. Like, if your children are over 18, I guess that's easier to gauge because then they can tell you. But for small children, they can't tell you really anything until they're old enough to fully evaluate everything they've been through in their life.
No. It goes back to mindset. It just goes back to mindset. It's what do you want to teach your children, and how do you want to teach them? How do you want to raise them? And then you have to put a plan in place to implement that. And of course, you're gonna fail or fall short a couple times here and there. You're gonna, drop the ball. But I mean, that's just the fact of you not having people around you. But that's even people who have people are gonna drop the ball. But that doesn't say that it's not doable. I have been largely in part doing it all by myself since my daughter was born. I nursed her. I was in I got my degree. I homeschool. I cook most meals. I do all the cleaning. I don't have a housekeeper. I'm building a business, but it's the way that I'm doing it that allows for me to do it all, right? So it's all about the mindset that you have. If you're telling yourself that you can't do it, you're never going to do it. Period. Because your brain is a goal-oriented organ. Whatever you tell it, it's going to take that and it's going to give you what you're telling it to give you. But if you're saying, I can do this, and you put the plan in place and you're consistent and you're diligent and you're disciplined, then you can get whatever you want. You can't have anything. You can have you can have whatever you want, but you just can't have everything you want. Period. So yes, you have to sacrifice, but you can have, you can have what you want. Like, I have a business. I have my daughter full time. I do plan on hiring eventually. I do know I need a nanny eventually. But right now I'm sustaining perfectly fine.
Well, then you also did just mention you can't have it all if you eventually do need to have additional help while managing all those other things. I also
But
have a
then
small
wouldn't
business.
having a nanny help me get more, right? If I have someone that I can then pay once I've built myself up economically and I have a person there to help me, wouldn't that allow me to strive for more if I have more time and more,
It would allow you to strive for more in your career.
Not necessarily just a career, just life in general, having a help person around, someone to help you accomplish this, that, or the other is going to allow you time for more self-care, more, and on top of that, you're not necessarily needing to build a business where you have to be there every day to work whatever system. You build systems, you purchase cash flowing assets, you do passive income, and you have money that's coming in. You don't have to actively strive for. You still have time for your kid and yourself. Then you hire someone that gives you more time for those things, right? It's about the mindset, the systems, the plan that you put in place.
I understand about the systems, but I guess I'm saying that when I say you can't have it all, I'm saying you can't have both of those, be mentally sound, and everybody's perfectly happy. Something has to fall short. That's what I'm agreeing with you, but in a different way. The thing that's going to fall short will be my business over my child. So if the business is just taking all my time away from my child, the business is shut down. Me and my husband had that talk. And again, I just make like body products, like body scrubs and whipped body butters. But it gets to the point to where I get requested to go to certain shows, and I would have to say no to certain shows if it, took my husband away from, his job, or he's not able to get enough sleep because he's working a different schedule than, I'm doing during the day with her. So if it got in the way of family, that's cut down first. It wouldn't be, okay, my kid has to go to a babysitter so I can go focus on those extra hours. It would never be that way.
Well, okay, so let's take what you're doing as an example, right? So you're saying you couldn't go to those shows, but you could, on the flip side, move to like online, right? You can do online advertising, you can do Etsy, and you can have a website, and you can do it that way so that you're not required to go out, and you would reach more people because you're online. And then if you learn a little bit about how things work when it comes to, advertising, and you get your target market in place, you can target the right people, and you don't have to go anywhere. You're going to get more customers from your home as opposed to going out and have to, leave your child or whatever the case you were just speaking about.
I would say I hear what you're saying. It's just in this particular place, like I'm in Oregon, the farmers markets are how people make their full-time income. So the fact that it makes supplemental income a few times a year, it's good, but I would have to say no to those shows because it would be more money, but it'd be less time away from my kid. And I'm the only one, besides my husband that watches my kid. So those other things to put in place sound great, but in reality, it's just not how it works on a day-to-day basis because people love to see a product face to face and sample it at your table. So they would have to, I guess, know me for years and years before they purchase online.
That's not
At least
true. That's not true. I mean, listen, you can easily send out sample sizes to people if they want to try your products. You can demonstrate online if you're doing hair products or body products. People do it all the time. They have YouTube channels. They're showing their product on their hair. They're showing the way it looks, and people are going to support you because you are a small business. You just have to be, again, disciplined and consistent. You consistently putting videos online, and you're basically triggering the algorithm to bring people to you, and you're gonna reach a broader audience online than at these farmers markets in Oregon, right?
I agree with you, but when am I going to get the time to be consistent? Right now, nothing's consistent with the new baby. So
Again,
the consistency are.
and I understand. I completely understand because again, I did it by myself. So what I do is a lot of the work that I do at night when she's asleep, right? I do my work when she's not awake. Yes, you do lack sleep, but you're putting the systems in place to build up to where you have that passive income where you're making money, whether you're asleep, she's asleep, you're both asleep, that money's gonna come in.
CBG in full effect. Tell that little nigga we just dropped the bread. The sniper you waiting outside for that air. My game sit up, and I know they gon' blast.
Actively go out to these markets and get the money. I completely understand the pull to go out to those, but that's just something that you should do as supplement. Like you don't look at any method of bringing in customers as your only means of income. You have to bring in multiple things, and you have to make sure that when you're putting these systems into place, it's something that's going to save you time in the long run. For example, you can film 30 days of content in a weekend and split it up and post it, and then you don't have to film every day, but you're still putting out the amount of content to bring people in, right?
Then that means I can't have a business and have a baby because then I would lose sleep. And sleep is the only thing I get, throughout the day. That's
Not
kind of
necessarily.
mine.
Like I said, you can
So
do
with
your
this,
content in a weekend, right? You do your content maybe like one weekend out of every month, and you just kind of build up, and you have content in reserves, and you get a content posting schedule. Like they have platforms where you put in your content in a calendar. It will auto post for you. There are ways and systems to save you time as a mother so that you can do a business and still have time to sleep and work. But yes, you do have to sacrifice yourself, your sleep sometimes, but at the same time, you still have to put in that work, right? And strive
Nah,
to
man.
do something
Okay,
more.
look, for some people, it just ain't that deep over being with their family. All right. I mean, it is what it is. Some folk don't
I
care
got
that
some.
hard. Some folk don't care that hard about them extra couple of dollars.
I got something to say. I think the point, like, y'all have kids. All the women on the panel, me and Aaron don't. Um, what is the point of having kids? If y'all could just give me like a simple answer, like what is the point of having kids? Like what for what purpose? What is the purpose of having kids?
my husband kind of explained this a few different ways. One, he wanted lineage from me, And he also wanted to feel like he was working towards something because he works very hard. He works overtime almost every week. So when he comes home at the end of the day and he sees me and his child there, he's like, this is what I'm working for. So it makes him want to work harder. And he's gotten 2 promotions since we've had our baby. So I think that's one part. In me, obviously, loving my husband, it sounded like a great idea. Initially, I was scared to have kids because I thought the pregnancy and childbirth would be horrible, but it actually ended up being really fun and enjoyable. So I guess that was the other thing. Having a kid is lineage, and it helps you feel like you're working towards something.
Okay, what about you, Callie?
I always wanted some little me's running around. I like I like to see how my grandma looks at, at her kids and us and her great kids. I always wanted that myself as well, just to see me. You know what I'm saying? Just see me, my family traditions and stuff like that. The little games we play when the power go out and stuff like that. Family get. I just like family, and I always wanted a family.
Ty, you're next.
Me personally, I honestly didn't want kids, so my baby was a surprise, but I love her to death. So that's all I'm gonna say about that. Beyond that, my story is toxic, so I'm gonna leave it alone.
Surprise! I knew it was
Aaron,
surprise.
can you answer the question?
I possibly might.
Aaron, can you answer the question?
First, I got to read the super chats. Granville says, yes, okay. Hi, baby girl. Yes, keep going. I know why I said that. JJ Carver says, spending so much time on the top 15%, but I haven't heard a single woman mention what percentile they fall in. Because you know the answer to that. Because they deserve everything. We're women. China is ghost cities, and the richest are leaving. They are actually flooding to another country where the government can't actually own their businesses and you don't have to partner with them the way. I don't know if it's Singapore that they're traveling.
Cool.
I was reading up about that, but I forget which one it is that popped up to my head. Granville says MRM is cool. He can stay. He didn't stay very long. I'll just tell you that now. He did not stay very long. Grizzly says 3 hours and 0 mentions of honor and integrity. I've already discussed that, and you know why. Grizz says, I bet 20 we're going to go 4 hours too. Can't make no promises. Granville says, women, please go up. Women giving y'all a space. I'm tricking on y'all to have a space. Go up and build a panel. Stop cussing so much. You Southerners cuss too much. It irks my soul. If my blood could boil.
Are you going to answer the question?
What was the question? Because I originally heard you ask questions.
What do you think the purpose of having kids is?
Okay. So the purpose varies, but if you're asking what I think the purpose for me having children is, one, it's about not wanting regret. That's one, right? Because I don't know how to project I know how to project to accept that I'm going to get older. That's an easy thing to accept. I have no control over that. But if I refuse to have a child and I never have one, that's not something that I can accommodate with just saying, well, you knew. So one is regret of knowing that if I never have one, it will probably bother me. My life could be great and I don't know. But if I pass up that certain time and it's not great, I worry about the regret of it. And then secondly is, I don't know. I have me personally, I have a natural inclination of loving children. I've always been good with them. So maybe that's a confusing thing where I have good relationships. I know what is needed and requirement for the most part, and the things that you don't know, you're just going to have to deal with as it goes on. I think responsibility is important. I think the people that can do well, more is expected of them. So if you have the ability, if you have the desire to raise children, you probably should, because the world needs more people like that to do that job, because there's a better chance that you can put more good into the world. And also, I think that beyond me, it's something. The children are something that I can actually produce, meaning that I don't know if it's a level of pride that come with it. I'm not an extremely prideful person. But like I said, I don't have any children now. I might never have any. I do not know. So it could change from day to day. But there's a lot of reasons why I think you should have children, why you shouldn't. You said what?
I said you got to get a little errand one day. But this is my outlook. So my outlook is this. I think there's only one reason to have kids, and I think that's our duty to society. I think that the fact that society and life on the planet does not go on if we do not produce more people. We need more people to continue on our race, our human race or whatever, right? So I think that it's literally your duty to society to have kids. But I think that you should be putting productive kids to advance society. I think that most people have kids for very selfish reasons, which means they're selfish people having kids and they're creating selfish people. They're creating selfish humans and they're putting defective humans into society. And that is the reason why we're having the issues that we're having today. Because people are no longer understanding that we need more doctors, we need more lawyers, we need people to find cures for diseases, we need a cure for cancer. We need to continue to advance society so that it's a better place here. So we have to put great minds, cultivate those great minds, put them into the world so that we can have a better world and the generations can keep on progressing. That is why I believe that people should have kids. So if a person does not want kids, or a person is selfish, or a person is not equipped to raise a functional human being to put into society, I do not think they should have kids. Because the fact that anybody can have kids and they're not actually putting functional humans into the ecosystem, I think is very problematic. So that is my reason. And so if you understand people's outlook on kids, most people are just having them for selfish ass reasons. A lot of people have kids because they want somebody to love them. And the whole time is kids are sponges. You're supposed to love them. So some people are just having them because they're sexually irresponsible. They just don't like having sex with condoms, and they get pregnant and they don't have enough money to not have the baby. And that's bad reasons to have kids. But now that is the norm of why people are having kids. And so they're not pushing a bunch of positive, productive citizens into society. And society is we're losing because of it. We're losing our humanity. We're literally like this is humanity is at an all-time low.
So
and that's why, because people are losing the actual, that's my reasoning for it, but I think that's the most reasonable reason for it.
Well, you kind of tied on to some of the points I said. So I agree with a lot of it. I think you really tied on to the desire and the ability, right? When I spoke about it earlier in the show, like the desire and the ability is so important. Like a lot of these people are having children and they don't want to do it. They like, I don't want to do it, but I'm stuck doing it. And I think we need more people that have a desire and the ability, but then also because there are some people, and people not going to like it, that who they are, passing those thoughts, those desires, those dreams, those abilities onto somebody else helps put, well, we can't guarantee greatness, but because they could use their greatness for evil, but it helps give an opportunity to put that good back into the world, and they can possibly expand off of the experience. So if you're somebody that's trying to do good in the world and you have certain principles, character, you've done things, you have the right temperament, you have the desire, you have the ability to do so, it's kind of on your duty, because I think responsibility, I believe in responsibility. I believe you should go out and acquire responsibility. More responsibility makes you a better person. So that's just how my mind works. So that doesn't mean take all the responsibility, but I don't think we should be walking out in this world all lollygagging, saying things like, just do what you want to do. I think taking responsibility, going out and acquiring it, actually builds you as a person. And we're here to build and figure out what other reasons we exist in society outside of being a parent. But one of those things may be one of the most important things. And the people that think like that and operate like that, they need to go and produce more kids, because they have the right temperament, they have the mindset, the desire to actually make it a beneficial experience for the world, as opposed to the negativity that normally comes with a lot of these conversations, which you forced me to be a single mom and I didn't want to do it and all these things. So there's a lot of reasons, but I don't know if our minds will cover them all. We'll come back to this live and put in the comment section of other reasons. So, but it's a good question.
Can I just say one thing? I don't think that it's a duty to society to have more kids. I think, again, we have too many kids. And also, they have already cured things like cancer and HIV. It is a financial reason why they're not making this widely known. Those reasons are as follows, and there are some gonna.
I don't get on this conspiracy stuff, Todd.
It's not a conspiracy. Think about how much money they make maintaining these
Ty, we're
diseases.
not going on conspiracy Wednesdays.
It's not a conspiracy. It's fact. Period. It's fact. The FDA is largely financially driven. That's why we have all these things in America that they are banned in European countries, Canada.
So where are the other
places.
countries with these cures that we don't have?
No, not cures. I'm saying they're not going to release those cures. I'm saying the food that they are like the food additives and stuff they have in America are banned other places. I'm saying the organization that is over the release of drugs and things like that in America, they're not going to allow that to happen. They're making too much money maintaining these things, and then it's population control. If they cure all these diseases, they're going to be even more people, and we don't have the infrastructure to support them. Our infrastructure is failing. America is in debt. America is there's this like big bank or something that ranks countries. America just failed. I just watched it on the news today because we're in such high debt. They know we cannot no longer sustain. Our bridges are failing, our pipelines are failing, our water systems are dirty. Like it's not going to work with more people. We have too many people now.
They put that out in the world that we have too many people now. So I guess at this point, everybody's going to believe it because somehow we can calculate what having too many people actually exists.
Yes.
I was told that.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, I didn't.
One more thing.
Yeah, go ahead.
Humans are the most destructive species on the face of the earth. More of us is not needed. Okay, I'm sorry. I'm done.
Well, I mean, I disagree. I think we do need more children. We need more families. Because the other thing I wrote down was another reason why I wanted to have kids is because I wanted to give all the love to my own children that I wasn't able to give to other people's kids. Because at one point in my life, let's say at least a good 5 to 10 years ago, I was spending money on other people's kids, setting up birthday parties, doing hair. But it got to the point to where every time I did something for someone else's kid and it made the parent seem inadequate, I would get, cussed out or blocked or something. Because at one point I was doing a kid's hair so consistently and she was getting compliments to the point where the mom said, well, you're making me look like I don't know how to do my kid's hair. And, that was a person I no longer talk to. And I thought that was a weird reason, but yeah, I don't do anyone else's kid's hair unless it's my twin brother. But yeah, I just think it's weird when the quote unquote village went away. It was for all these very frivolous reasons. And again, when you either quote unquote embarrass a parent and make them seem inadequate, that's one reason why the village starts to, go away, because very fragile feelings. And another kid, I told him, look, your kid, was a little smelly. I just wanted to take you to the side and tell you about this. Blocked in that instance too. And all the love and care I had for children, I had to, I guess, put that away. And the example you gave earlier, Aaron, was talking about if those kids were to go away, which is what happened in my case, would you want your own children? Because before that, I had at least 5 children that were not my own, that I was taking care of in some way, be it financial, buying clothes. I spent $300 on someone else's kids just so they could have school clothes. So I got to the point where I'm like, you know what, all these kids are out of my life. I need a void now. And I want to give this love to someone else. And yes, I wanted my own children for that reason. But also, I'm raising my child to be a housewife. So I don't know if the other person on the panel thinks that's going to be like helpful to society, but I'm not trying to raise a president. I just want her to be a talented housewife, know how to cook, clean, and then of course know how to do trades like I do. Like, you should know how to sew, you should know how to make an actual meal, and for someone's wedding, for instance, you should know how to cater a meal. So those are the things I'm going to be teaching my daughter.
A lot of people have this thought of everybody should have the similar experiences or options too. And I don't believe that. I believe the only reason Ty think the way she think is because she didn't have a certain experience that she could have gotten in a different environment. So it shapes her mind to attack the world the way that she sees it because of that experience in that environment, right? And we gonna have poor kids, kids barely surviving, kids striving, and that will put a blocker in their mind, right? Because they can never grasp thinking like that when somebody from another environment and another experience can say, I can only think this way, and this has allowed me to move this way. Now you can move that way. This is what shapes the world for people to be different, think different, create differently, feel different, love different. And that is the only way the world is going to go around. This whole thought is, with mothers, be single moms, y'all work from home, get passive income. You can be making this money, send your kids to the best schools. More of us need to be doing these things. Then we're going to get more of kids that are so similar and things like this. It's just the world is unique for a reason. And I know it ain't nice necessarily, but it's the way it is. And I can't say that we would be happier without it. We just presume that we would.
And
Let me
I've
just
seen,
say,
wait,
I just
wait,
want to
sorry.
say that it wasn't me saying that all women should do that. I was just simply giving her solutions to the problem that she presented. I also don't feel like you teaching your child to sew or to cook or any of that is a detriment to society. I personally feel that all kids should be introduced and exposed to a wide range of things because it's good for their brain development, quite frankly. It makes them, what?
You're doing it right now.
But wait, this my thing. Because I seen somebody say it in the thing. Because when I went into my ramble, I was saying doctors and lawyers and productive citizens of society. Nobody's saying that a housewife isn't a productive citizen of society.
Exactly.
Society needs good mothers. Society needs good wives. Society needs plumbers. Society needs people, engineers, construction. Like y'all trying to find a issue with the problem. The whole problem is that's a positive thing going towards society. We know that society needs everything. People at the top, people at the bottom, people in the middle. We need positive people. What we don't need is carjackers, drug dealers, like all the degenerate shit that's going on with a lot of people that are having kids. We don't need 400,000 kids with no parents in the foster care system. It's what we don't need. So what I'm saying is, yeah, we're gonna need that. We're gonna need good moms. We're gonna need stay-at-home wives. We're gonna need all of that is productive citizens in society. Because if we don't have that, and the only people that are having kids are the people that's just being irresponsible, what do y'all think is gonna happen to society?
No, so once again, consume, right? Do you like music? Somebody that's been playing the saxophone their whole life says, all I've been playing is saxophone my whole life, and I am the greatest. We have a love and desire for that because they so consumed with just that. That's all they know how to do. That's why greatness comes from a high level of focus on one thing for an extended amount of time, and maybe a unique skill, like genetics involved as well. So no, you don't get a wide range of experiences because we don't need everybody to have a wide range of experience. We need people that are fixated and focus on one singular thing so much that they benefits to society, and that's their contribution. Now, this person, maybe they want to experience the world because women love to travel. Every woman say, I travel. So they want to travel the world. I'm cultured and all these things, fine, whoop-de-doo. But no, we need people that are singular focused on one thing that will drive and push society to another space, because that high level of focus is what was required to push it to the next level. So if you're a scientist and all you study is this one thing for 20 years, you could have done other things, but that's what you study. We need that. And I know this whole desire, because these women have this desire, this equality, and children should experience these things. It's not fair. I don't want it. I don't want it one bit. I want focus. I want somebody myopic, only can see the world one way, and that helps a lot more ways.
Give me an example, because I was following, but now I'm still a little bit lost, because I'm glad you made that clarification, Cheryl, about being productive, because a lot of people actually don't think what I'm doing is productive. Again, I guess it only really matters what my husband thinks, but I do think We need more women who are just focused on being housewives. Because if you're trying to focus on so many things, it takes some good 30, 40 years before they realize, okay, I did too much and everything was half done. Nothing was as close to perfect as possible. So your career had to be slightly on hold, and then your parenting, you're only able to parent half the time that you wanted to. So I think one has to be the main focus.
Yeah, and don't get me wrong. I think actually that's like the most important job because you're literally raising the future. So it's not like you're doing something that's on a smaller scale. Your child is gonna grow up and be a human being, a whole human being. So you putting all your focus and your energy on making sure that you're raising a healthy human being in society, that is a very important job. That is very important, and you being productive and putting your focus on it, I commend you for that. Kids don't on you for that. If they do, they retarded, and that's why we need like good mothers. You get what I'm saying? Like, so yeah. So don't think that. So when I say we productive people in society, that includes people like you. That includes mothers like you who are saying that it doesn't matter. I'm willing to sacrifice everything to make sure that I'm pouring into my child, pouring into a future mind of this world, and to make sure, you know what I'm saying, that make sure that they're good. Because a lot of people are selfish and would just focus on themselves. So that's something
Yeah.
positive that you're doing.
Yeah, sure. And the other part is I wanted to acknowledge the chat. The comment I made about saying that someone else's kid was smelly. And I think that's important because if I'm doing all of this in my household and when I finally have time, like go out and be a little bit social and I'm around someone else's kid, I can't tell that parent, that child, has an issue. Like they're stinky, something's in their hair. Like, do you need a hairstylist? Like, we're not allowed to do that in this society anymore. So these children are walking around stinky, their hair's not done, and they don't care about their appearance. Because back in the day, I couldn't leave the house without having my edges pressed and a new dress on. So I think it's important to also mention that if I'm going to be at home raising my children, that's very important. But the next very important thing I can do is make sure my child is presented well in the world. And also, when I see another child that's, missing something, I should be able to say something about it. Like, wouldn't you want to know if your child was the smelly kid in class?
I think you can say something. You just can't say something to everybody. And you just have to accept that when you say something to some people, they're not going to take it well. But
Yeah.
I don't think people should not say it just because they are fearful or apprehensive of whatever the person's response is going to be. Because if we just are apprehensive just because of fear of the potential outcome, then we're going to continue how we're going. I think that's not helpful at all.
No, correct.
I
But the comment says, "Why are you smelling other people's kids?" The kid was in my house. Of course, I'm gonna smell.
they ruminate. The smell flows. You can smell
Yeah,
them.
this kid was in my space. Like, of course, I'm gonna say something and try to be as nice about. Yes, we can be friends. Absolutely. You can follow me on everything. It's my name, Brianne LaFay. So I'm guessing this is a mama. Yes, we can be friends. Of course.
She is a mommy. She is a mommy.
Yay! Yeah, we can be friends.
I have
Yeah.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off, but I have a question for you. I just want to know, like you were saying how you were, doing for other people's kids and things like that, and you had a void. I'm just curious because I say this all the time. I'm just wondering why you didn't then put that energy maybe like on kids in foster care or, something along those lines, because that's a need and a void where there aren't parents that are going to combat you for doing extra.
You mean like being a foster parent instead of having my
No,
own
not
kid?
necessarily even a foster parent. Like there are volunteer opportunities at foster homes and things like that.
I guess to put it plainly, I was actually friends with foster kids in my high school, and I would bring them food. And at one point, my grandmother was actually teaching at the high school, so I would bring people into her class, and she would cook a full like soul food meal for them on certain holidays. So I feel like even at an early age, I was involved in that way with foster kids. And what I realized after a certain point, I don't have those friendships anymore. They're in survival mode a lot of the time, and I would do things for them and try to help them out the best way I could, and I still got treated horribly and disrespected just because they didn't have that extra positive reinforcement in their life. I mean, I had things stolen from me, rumors spread, and of course, friendships cut off because of those reasons. So, I mean, you need to have multiple positive influences in someone's life in order for them to, like you said, be a benefit. And of course, if it was just me, I wasn't a benefit. And of course, one of those people ended up incarcerated. So it's not like me being so good to a person is going to change their entire life. It's just going to help a little bit. They still need other parental figures and other positive people to help them make better decisions. What am I mixed with? I'm African American. If you want to go a little deeper, I have a Native American grandparent and white grandparents or great grandparents on both sides. But I'm Black.
She a Black woman. Black woman is God. He'll learn his lesson, Bree. Yeah, excuse him.
I get that question a lot, especially with my voice. I don't know where it comes from, but yeah, I'm Black.
You have like a light voice, and it sounds very nice, and it sounds inviting, and that's probably why they're trying to say that, you know, most women are not as inviting as you are. So that's probably the aim. Because I mean, I will admit a lot of these women, they ain't very nice, and their voice don't sound nice either. They don't sound like a man's voice.
That's enough. You don't have to put women against women. We're having a good conversation, baby.
What does this got to do with against women?
Yeah,
I was wondering, man, are y'all men actually gay? Like, why do y'all actually like women if all y'all do on the manosphere is sit around and bash women all the time?
How is that a bash?
You just said we're not as nice.
Wait, hold on. Ty, you came on here and said most of these men are trash, correct?
They are.
Okay, then. So if I say a lot of the experiences, guys, is these women don't have nice voices, it don't sound that nice, and that's what they've been saying. Why can't they have their truthful experience?
Well, I already admitted I like women, so I already.
You have a child, and that child did not come from a woman.
On the other hand, as well as many other men who bash women, claim to like women, but you clearly don't.
Wait. Just to understand, if you're not with somebody, that means you dislike them. So you're saying because you're not with men, then it's because you hate them.
I didn't say hate. I said dislike. And
I know. I'm asking the question. It sounds better to say
interest in digging through the 80% of men to find the few 15 who probably are mostly married or gay.
See, the thing is, why does it matter if they were gay?
Because
wait. This is how you know it's a little disingenuous, right? Because if the men were gay, they'd be hanging out with you. The gay man don't hang out with the straight man. See, you try to say gay as an insult, but you don't realize
Why am I saying gay as an insult when I'm gay?
Because you're telling people that they're gay. If they haven't told you they're gay, don't claim that they are. Because you wouldn't necessarily want people making claims about you.
Can I say something, Aaron? Two of the men who I had crushes on in college and in high school, very attractive, presented very masculine, but they were gay, and they were very, very handsome, very, very smart.
But you were lying to them, pretending like you were straight to them.
How?
Did you know you was into women back then? Come on, like, just be honest. Like that, you was not telling those guys, yo, I like women, but I'm dating you now.
Not primarily. Okay, so okay. If your society is telling you, and your religion and your family is telling you that you need to be with a man, even if you like men and women, you're going to largely target men. Even if I like women, what do I have to tell them for if I'm willing to date a man?
Okay.
I still think it sounds like an insult because, I mean, the way I grew up, if you called a man gay, it was because he, denied you. He said something you didn't like, or he told you something about yourself that was true, but you also didn't like it. So when you use it, like I agree,
claim that she made was that
exactly. The point I made was if they're bashing women on the manosphere, are they gay? Because how can you like us if you sit around bashing us all the time? That was the point that I made.
Well, here's the answer. They don't have to like all women, just like you don't like all men. I made a reference to the women that don't have the nice inviting voices and they sound like me. That don't mean all women do. So avoid the ones that don't have those voices would have been more of the point. But then, of course, I don't know why Sherelle looked at that as a bashing thing because it wasn't. was actually highlighting the fact that there are
First
women
of all,
that have.
when did Sherelle say it
Hold
was a
on,
bashing
Sherelle, because
thing?
you
I
decided
knew
to
that,
jump
and
in.
it was, but it was divisive, and it started this
It
downward spiral that I
wasn't
knew that it
about.
would cause.
It wasn't about. Well, you didn't say nothing to her when she said about the men were trash, but that's okay because I expect that because that's perfectly fine. But if
But
I
I know
acknowledge,
you're not. I know you're not going to get triggered either.
it's
And it's
not
not going
about.
to derail. We're having a good conversation, even
It's
though
not
we're
about.
disagreeing. So let's just keep the mood high. That's all I'm
See,
saying.
but that's the thing. Y'all want to be able to say what y'all want to say and say the mood is high. For me, the mood is always high. The mood only goes down when somebody else cannot take the conversation because they don't like when somebody else talks. I'm telling you, these women don't have inviting voices. They sound mean. This is not a farce. This is not made up. This is true. So when he was speaking about her voice and all that, I'm like, yeah, because you have a nice inviting voice, which is the case.
Okay,
I don't know why there was any pushback
You
about
can
it.
give her a compliment without having to try to downplay other women.
Why is that? How is that down?
panel
How is that downplaying other women if that's not attractive to men?
I don't want to argue.
Of course, you don't want to argue because you can't prove to why that's downplaying. Because if that was the case, you would only say positive things about men and only talk about positive men. You don't. You show the difference to distinguish.
Yeah, but if somebody was like, Aaron is really smart, I wouldn't be like, yeah, Aaron is really smart. Because y'all didn't. It's dumb. Like I don't have to say that. I can
Y'all
just be
literally
like,
do
"You're
that all
smart."
the time. That man is smart, but the rest of these guys are dumb. Y'all do that all the time. Just because you say you don't do it, it's not actually proving the point.
But it was me.
Because
It was my comment.
most people highlight the things that they like and distinguish it against the things that they don't. That's legitimately what most people do.
Well, that's our brains. That's how our brains works. You can't be mad at that, Aaron.
I'm not mad. I got attacked because I said Breen has a nice inviting voice. A lot of these other women do not, and that bothers them. Ain't my fault. You said what?
And who doesn't have an inviting voice on this panel?
I didn't speak to nobody on this panel.
I'm asking you. I didn't say you did. I'm asking you who on this panel, aside from Brienne, has who does not have an inviting voice?
What is the relevance of that question?
I just want to know. I just want a gauge. I want to know the gauge that you're basing this off.
He's saying she's the only one on the panel with an inviting voice.
I just want to hear him say it.
No, you don't need me to say it because one, only Sherelle should have a problem with it if she does because she likes men. You don't, and I'm a heterosexual man, so I would have no interest in you.
It's just curiosity. It's
See, now you guys are making the point even more. A curiosity about a thing that is totally not relevant to you.
Like this whole conversation. This is the only thing I was trying to avoid. This whole conversation.
Cheryl, give me 1 second. Your whole entire live today is on a point that you don't care about from your own speaking. So if what is the point of me not caring? Your whole life you don't care about. So why is it bad for me to ask a question I don't care about?
It's a very simple answer.
You're just curious.
Go ahead. It's a very simple answer. I'm a content creator. I create and design shows. You don't. So that's the answer
I have
to your
a faceless
question.
channel, but again, mine was simply curiosity.
Yeah, but I answered your question, and it's a legitimate answer.
So reiterate the answer for me then, please.
I am a content creator. I create conversations. It's what I do. Whether it's about something I have the most desire into is irrelevant to me.
Okay, no, okay. Now, I'm going to go back to my question. Can you answer the first question? Because mine is just curiosity.
Wait. Okay, so I'll answer your question. Are you asking an individual man about his individual opinion, or are you asking why do men have these thoughts, feelings, and views about women not having inviting voices? Because I spoke not about me. I spoke about the men.
Okay, I'm asking you specifically of your opinion of the voices and the tone of the women on the panel.
My opinion of the women on the panel are good. I like the women on the panel.
No, I mean the voices. You said the inviting voices, however you said that.
I think the women on the panel have inviting voices. The only thing I don't like is women that curse, but they still have inviting voices. It's nice. Everyone loves Sherelle's accent. I do, and I like your voice. I think it's inviting. I think that depending on the environment, you can alter your pitch or tone it. But I think your guys' tone is just fine with me. I'm not exactly sure where you're trying to.
Again, it was just curiosity. The same way you started creating content, probably because you were just curious or like conversation.
Well, my content creates this curiosity that creates the curiosity in you. Is what I do.
Well, there you go.
Well, all you have to do is say, Aaron, I love you as a content creator. You're one of my favorites. Just go ahead and say it. Ain't no shame in it. Ain't no shame.
I will say that some of your content is good, but I'm not gonna lie to you, Aaron, because a lot of the conversations you create are like you, of course, pandering to men, and I think a lot of the points that you all make on these panels as men are contradictory. Even to other pages that you have, you'll contradict yourself entirely just for the hell of it, just for conversation's sake.
Yes, sometimes a conversation needs to be designed that way. You're absolutely right.
And it blows my mind. That's why I can't generally say I like all your content.
It shouldn't blow your mind if I literally design a show a certain way. You have no insight to how my brain works and how I design. You have none. So I'm glad that it has the ability to make you see this side and that side and all these different things, and then to blow your mind. I'm glad it has that ability because I'm sure that your favorite content creators must be don't contradict themselves, and you cannot find footage, you cannot find content on when they contradict themselves all the time. So who's your favorite content creator? And let's see if we can find contradictions in them.
I can't necessarily say I have a favorite content creator. I have an issue with content generally, the way it's created today. So that's a terrible question to ask me.
Fair enough. I don't dispute that. Well, so I'm guessing the content that the faceless content creation that you're speaking about, that is the content that you desire and think that should be put out to the world.
Yes.
Totally makes sense. Totally makes sense. And Ty, you're combative and you like to argue.
No,
Ty, stop lying. You like it.
No, I'm not. I'm not combative. I just have very, very differing opinions to most people.
Oh, Lord, Ty. So if we listen. So if we ask the people in the chat, if they consider you combative and argumentative and things like that, you're saying that they would not agree?
Well, listen, Aaron, that's okay. So think about hold up. Think about the way that content creators build their platforms, right? All the content is built to kind of feed into the algorithms, the polarizing algorithms. So you have a polarizing audience that is biased to your opinion. So if you ask them a question based off of a point that you just made, there are largely people who have the same biases that you do and share similar opinions to you. So of course they're going to agree.
If you spend any time in my chat, you will see some of the most disagreeing people that exist. I don't block people that disagree and say the meanest things about men intentionally because I don't want one-sided perspectives. If you literally go through the chat, that they said, "Oh, Ty is doing really good. I think she getting Aaron with this," and I'm laughing because I'm like, she ain't getting me. So I don't know what they see, but some people see things. So I think I have a nice wide variety of perspectives and views in my chat. Now, I do agree with you. A lot of people block people in their chat if they disagree with them or if they argue with them. They do that. I don't do that.
I hear you. I will say that you are kind of sort of neutral, but at the same time, in other cases, the contradictions just kind of like, what the fuck do you really think?
To be clear, though, you wouldn't consider yourself balanced or neutral either, though, right?
Am I balanced or neutral? No.
Thank you. So some of the conversations require because mind you, you have to keep people engaged, entertained for hours upon hours. As you create content, you will see the difficultness in doing that. And so sometimes it take a wide left, a conversation here to push this here and push this there. People like balance, but it has to be presented a certain way, and you have to meet in balance. So there's a lot of diametrically opposed views that must exist for these types of shows to be engaging and fun for people. Because if it's not, you see how other people's shows go, and it ain't that well. In my humble opinion, I don't see their shows doing very well because they just don't create the conversation in a way that goes well for the broader audience. I understand that people contradict themselves, but I understand there's nuance to the contradiction, because the context matters sometimes that people don't like. For me personally, I don't talk as much as I probably should, and I allow people to cut me off, talk over me, undercut my point, and I don't go to clean it up because it's fine. People want to do that, and it's not a big deal to me. But later, a conversation could come up that's similar, so you may hear a more complete answer than what I was when I got cut off, and you'll think that's my full answer when it's not. I'm just actually not overly argumentative, and I will let a lot of arguments go and go, okay, fine. More than most people are willing to do.
Yeah, I'll agree there. But I will say one of your friend content creators, they have multiple platforms as you do, and they will bold-faced lie. They will make it even seem like the other point they made on their other platform does not exist. So content creators like that, they drive me even more crazy. Yeah. So yeah.
No, I understand that. And the hard part is sometimes people change their mind, because as I'm listening to a lot of things, I go, wow, yeah, that ain't good. Now that you say it like that and you give that analogy, that perspective, kind of have to concede that. Because sometimes there are people ill-equipped for some conversations, right? And they don't argue the point as well as somebody else can. So then when you get engaged with somebody that can argue the point more and bring a different level of experience, you go, you got to concede to that point. And then sometimes people just don't do it. So I think the level of ability in a lot of people that are conversing on the panels are low while others are higher. And so I think that plays a big impact. Now, when you're talking about the manosphere and all this, I understand that most of that stuff is either ragging on women or the women ragging on men. If there's a womanosphere, I don't know what the heck you call it. And I understand that. And
there isn't a womanosphere. No, there isn't.
There is a channel called Womanosphere.
No, yeah. What I mean by that is like they have a whole ecosystem of a bunch of dudes with a bunch of pages just bashing women all over YouTube. It's big. It's nothing like you said, just one channel. Oh, there's a channel called Womanosphere. No, they got men on men just dragging on our asses. They got channels where the men are calling for the death of women because we ain't giving it up.
Wait. You really believe there are more men doing that than women?
Absolutely. Yes, absolutely.
Okay. I think men get
more
bad.
Women are doing makeup channels, hair care, self-care, self-love, femininity, how to get a man. Like that's mostly the women conversations, or just talking about pop culture.
I'm not as equipped to have this conversation because I'm out of the loop. I don't listen to radio. When Sherelle's rapping that song, I ain't never heard that. So I'm a little bit more intentional about the things
know what you'll be listening to, Aaron. We both know.
Okay. People, I mean, oh, shut up, Sherelle. Okay, I know what you're talking about. Which clearly has nothing to do with what's current on in the radio. So that my point still stands. Has nothing to do with what's currently going on in the radio. And but I understand that other people are going. What did somebody send a super chat? Can men not critique women according to man standards? They're just going to cause angerish to go up in here. Aaron went from never having these moments to having one with two women at the same time. Laughing out loud. You are a divisive, gaslighting narcissist now. Shaking my head. Wow. It's fine. I don't mind. People can characterize me however they desire.
Did you miss Billy's Did you highlight his? Because Billy sent the chat.
I'll probably get down to it. It's probably I'm scrolling down the order now. Shout out to the good women though. I love the good women. They my favorite. Billy Goat Gruff says, CL, you're not good if you have a topic she's against. I don't think I'm good anyway.
Nobody said that.
Ty, he hasn't let anyone shoot you yet. He gives you the nod, you're gone. Shout out to Billy Goat. Wait, Sherelle, you think I missed one? Let me scroll up. Because I could have.
No, that was it. That was it.
Oh, that was one.
think
Okay, I
that's
didn't miss it. Yeah, shout out to Billy Goat.
Shout out to Billy.
I think that I think it's a healthy level of back and forth when I engage with people, but I also think that there are people that are right and there are people that are wrong. I'm probably never wrong. It's probably extreme. Now I'm just kidding, but I think I'm really good at making you laugh. See, I think I understand women's frustration is that if somebody has a complaint or gripe, they look at that as that is a disdain or a disliking towards women. There are things that men do in general that women are just never going to appreciate or like. And I don't have a problem with that because I don't think nobody's going to like anybody in totality. And I'm just saying, for me, when I heard women talk about they got these crazy mouths and uninviting, and it's just the truth. People have been talking about it. So that don't mean men don't like women, because clearly they keep running after women. But the science gets involved and they don't really like women. They like what women represent. And then your brain light up like a tool. And then y'all get into all that nonsense.
Exactly.
So,
that's exactly right, Aaron. That's exactly right.
You get into that. You never get into does that part of the brain only lights up if it's a tool, or does it light up for any other reason? And if it does,
that's the part of the brain that relates to
once
using
again
something as a
I've
tool.
heard you say it, but if it lights up for any other reason than a tool, you have to acknowledge that it lights up for any other reason than a tool.
That is what that part of the brain is for, Aaron.
Okay, you okay? Because I'm gonna try to tell you again. So it only lights up for a tool and nothing else.
That part of the brain is associated with tool.
Yeah, I once again, I'm gonna try this again. The part that you're highlighting only lights up when it's in reference to a tool, nothing else.
Yes. How can I use you? What can I use you for? Yes. Nothing else.
Okay, and so what you're saying is women's brains don't light up when it comes to using people.
I'm sure it does, but not to the extent that it does in men.
It's always
I'm not saying that men's brains have some alien portions that just simply don't exist in women. I'm saying that they're vastly different, and the ways that their brains are constructed are that they, large and in part, are attracted to women to use them for one reason or another.
Yeah, well, fair enough. As far as I know, most people are here to be used.
Jesus Christ, at least you're admitting it. That's cool.
It ain't about admitting or this or that. I haven't seen any proof where it's not the case. Everybody's using everybody.
I'm not using anybody.
You're not. So you saying you've never used anybody and you have no intentions of using anybody in any way, shape, or form?
No, I think that's wrong to use.
Do you want to use other people to help you raise your child?
That's not using. That is like a mutual thing.
You are shaping the narrative to benefit your argument. That's not using.
Because if I'm providing value, how am I using you? If I'm paying you to be a nanny for my child, that's not using you. That's providing you with a livable
It is absolutely
in
using
exchange
somebody.
for you helping my child.
It is absolutely using somebody, but however, you're compensating them for using them. You're still using them. I don't know who these people you used to having a conversation with, but that's not going to work on me.
I'm about to look up the definition of.
Go ahead. Unless you're going to look up the something, it's literally taking advantage of somebody without compensating them. Unless that's what you're claiming your argument is.
In my opinion, from my understanding, to use someone has a negative connotation in which they are not being compensated positively in any way. That is my opinion of.
Oh, okay. Well, you pull me up your definition of that word because that supports your opinion because we know opinions can be wrong. So I understand that's what you believe and you want it to mean, which is fine, but you're going to have to support that. Okay.
Okay. I'm looking it up on chat.
Really,
Strag
both
Patrol
of y'all are right.
Strag Patrol says she's incorrect about the amount of women's channels. I don't know. I don't watch enough of them. There's more women channels who docs, call cops, CPS, your job, obituaries, kids, sectors full of them. She not educated on what's going on. I believe that's probably the case. I don't think she watches a whole bunch of channels, but I don't know. Billy Gross says, and you're attracted to a dude to die for you in money.
So I'm not attracted to men. I'm not attracted anymore. No. Okay. To use people typically refers to taking advantage of or manipulating others for personal gain or benefit, often without considering their feelings or well-being. It's generally considered unethical and can involve exploiting someone else's skills, resources, or trust for one's own interests. It's important to treat others with respect and fairness rather than using them. So it does have a negative connotation.
Can you post that in the back? Because I need to read what you're reading.
Okay. Shit. Okay. I'm gonna have to hop off and do that to go copy it, and then I'll come back.
Okay, gotcha. Kylie Bev, you were saying that we're both correct.
Yeah, just by strict definition, I would say you are correct. But typically, when people talk about using others, it's in a negative connotation.
Yeah, but once again, that's you determining. Once again, she said if I compensate somebody, then that means that I'm not using them. So I'm responding to that. And my thing is, yes, you're still using them, even if you compensate them. Like we're talking about literally, we have people working and we compensate them, and people are saying you're using the people, you're taking advantage of the people. So you can still take advantage of somebody and compensate them. So I was just arguing that point. And that's why I'm guessing you agree with me, because that is exactly what happens all the time.
Correct.
Women think it's cool for them to be incels. Cap. Shout out to the incel gang. Dark Lake Revive says, isn't she literally using Aaron on your show to get her points across? Absolutely. Absolutely. And I don't mind because I like conversations. But maybe that's her just having the conversation. It just happens that way. Or she somehow, some way finds a way to say men are trash every time she comes on the show. I don't know.
Yo. Damn. Okay, I want to argue a point you made, Aaron.
Go ahead.
Listen, if
I know you, because I just acknowledge that you like to argue, like I said you do.
I don't like to argue. I like conversation the same as you, Aaron.
I must have had been a heavy influence on you.
Okay, but listen, now let's look at the Waltons, right? Let's look at the Waltons. The Waltons for Walmart.
Okay, go ahead.
Now, the Waltons are like millionaires or billionaires or something like that, right?
Billionaires.
They are using their employees because they know they're not giving them a livable wage. I think that's using them because they're not giving them a fair wage.
Ridiculous.
It's not a fair wage. You're using them. You're not fairly compensating them for the value that they're providing you, because you wouldn't be as rich as you are without those people. So why not more fairly compensate them?
Listen.
Or even McDonald's.
Listen,
but that's why they're replacing them with robots, because they know they don't want to do that.
No, not because they're not fairly compensated, because they've proven they don't need you. Like think about what you just said. If we can use a robot to do what you do, that means we don't need you. And then
now the robots are new, Aaron. They needed them before.
So they needed you to do work, and they only have to need to give you compensation on what the work you're willing to accept the pay for. And if you say, yes, I'll take $14 an hour like I do, because I think I make $12.50, then what you have to do is accept that you decided to take this job. I know we like victimhood and we like to be victims, but it's a decision. Like you said, people's mind have to expect. If you don't know no better and somebody give you one of them jobs, that's what it is. I don't believe in this victimhood. I don't believe none of these corporations are taking advantage of people. I believe people don't know their own value and they're not willing to stand up for their own value. And that's the problem. They're mad because their desires to sleep in a house, their desires to do what they want to do conflict with the combative or the other perspective. If you don't want to work for these companies, if they truly need you, prove it. And if you truly worth what you're worth, you'll get it. People are getting what they're worth.
So does that not have a negative connotation? If these people that are hiring them know that they're not getting what they're worth, and they know that they don't know they're not getting what
I
they're
don't know
worth.
if they know that. I'm assuming that based upon
You
what
mean
society.
to tell me the richest people in the world don't know that?
I can
all
tell
the
you
research
that
they have on marketing and all this stuff and personnel and they psychology, they learn these things. That's how they make so much money. That's how they pull on these research teams and they learn these things. They know these things, but they're taking your naivety and they're taking advantage of it. That's the negative connotation, i.e. you're being used.
Well, I agree. People are being used for their skills, used for their lack of skills, used for just time, used to occupy space. People are being used all the time. The thing in this society is we require legal compensation. You can argue that legal ain't good enough, and you want a moral compensation, which I won't disagree with you. That's another argument. But as far as what people are legally required to do, people are doing that, and if they're not doing that, then they're being sued and they're losing money. I mean,
well,
other than that,
I want to further argue that because
okay,
money runs the world, right? So
no.
These politicians have these lobbying teams that are paying them to keep things a certain way because they don't want to pay you more. The government is in control of that, and the government is allowing money to control them. Mm-hmm. Hence why these lobby teams are comprised of all these large corporations.
Okay. I don't understand your point. You made a
let me slow it down for you.
Mm-hmm.
If you look at the way that laws are changed and the motivations for our lawmakers changing these laws, mm-hmm. the motivation is largely monetary. And these lobbyists, these teams of people that are comprised of large mm-hmm. corporations who are inputting money into these campaigns and these politicians' pockets mm-hmm. to get things done the way they want them done, mm-hmm. i.e. don't raise the minimum wage, then they are in control of why you're not being fairly compensated because they have a team of lobbyists who they're pouring money into to prevent or to deter lawmakers from changing laws that they don't deem beneficial to their business.
I think a lot of issues can be solved by personal choice. Again, you guys are going kind of broad. I guess I'm just going to bring it back a little bit. You're talking about, were you talking about the living wage at some point?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. It costs a lot of money to live. And the reason why we're able to be on a single income is because my husband's in trade and a lot of women aren't in trade. So, I mean, there are some women, but literally out of all the people he works with, he probably sees like 2 women usually there's at least 2 women and they're there and they don't work and they're taking off time. Like they're not even there as consistently as the men in his field. So if most women who do want to be stay-at-home wives ended up staying home, that would, the employers would have no choice but to give more raises and more money to the people who are working there because you'll have an incentive to keep them to stay because there's not as many people in the job market. Because I think that was the main problem when women got into the work field. You can pay people less because there's more people that want the same jobs. And I'm only talking about the women who want to be housewives, not the ones who just don't want to work. I think there's a difference.
Our wages haven't gone down. The wages have largely remained the same. What's gone up is costs. So that's not true.
Yeah, but okay. Arnold says checkmate. Yeah, that's right. It's always a checkmate around here. You're a les that has no use for black men, but you're men protected.
What?
Black women's whole manosphere counterpoint is that they are not fairly compensated for housework, child rearing, etc. They want to use men's provision without exchanging anything.
They don't do anything. What is he talking about?
The fundamental reason why she doesn't like men because she argues too much, and man can't stand for that. But a woman will sit all day and argue. So, well, the thing is, right? You said costs have go up. Who controls costs?
The government, the FDA,
Wrong.
or no, not the
Wrong.
FDA. The what?
Yeah. Who controls costs?
Supply. Are you talking about supply and demand? So you're saying the
Yes.
people?
The
Supply
people
and demand.
control costs. I can give you tons and I will give you tons and tons of example. Okay, let me just read T.O. super chat. If men working at McDonald's weren't higher pay, get another job. That's not fair. Shout out to McDonald's workers. Billy Go says she has to slow it down for AO. Let me take her out. No, it's not necessary. That I don't that stuff don't bother me. If you guys find like indirect jabs and stuff like that, I'm impenetrable. That stuff don't affect me. You have to understand this.
Yeah, he didn't understand.
Once again, not that I don't understand, is that your point. Regardless, the market determines the pricing. For example, right? If you have an iPhone that costs $1,200 and you say, I'm not going to pay $1,200, what happens is people don't buy it. They lower the prices. That's just how it works. The people are buying and they keep shelling it out. And they keep shelling out the money, which actually gets to raise the prices. If we don't buy, those prices won't exist.
That's only one part of inflation, Aaron. That's a small part of inflation.
That's not even speaking to inflation. The point of that, we were speaking about supply and demand and who determines the market, and the buyers are determining the market, because if they stop buying, then those people that you said we made rich and those people need us, they have no money, they have no company if we stop buying.
Yes. Okay. Yes. Supply and demand is a factor. However, look at this last round of inflation where everything went up. What was the cause? The cause was the blockade in the ships that got stuck in that little whatever that was. Then we had the issue with the trucks that couldn't like move. All the shipping containers were stuck at the ports. And then
the movement of money determines if we have these issues, right? So all the time, money is constantly moving. So the reason that they start pushing money into the system is because they need the movement of money. Because what happens is during times of concern and danger, people start to hoard money, which slows down the ability for the economy to run, because we need money to be constantly moving. Money is not supposed to sit still. So when you look at, if you have somewhere in the market of a boat doesn't get to its destination, it slows down the supply chain. So yes, if it slows down the supply chain and we can only get 6 crates of apples in when we normally get 50 crates, and then everybody has the legal right to buy them, what we do is we have to increase the price because of the demand. And for you guys to meet that, that's kind of just how it actually works. So I understand that you want it to be anything beyond what we're willing to pay, but outside of just literally having to live, meaning we need to eat the food, you could argue that. Like, you can argue food all day. I'll give you, the eggs went up and we need eggs and we need this. But when you start looking at the other prices of things that are not required for you to live, you can't argue inflation for that. That's solely the market.
Yes, you can, because that's the benefit of being a business owner with products, is that you can raise the prices of your products with inflation. And how does inflation go up too? Is the government started printing money, and if there's more money, then it holds less value.
You cannot raise prices without a buyer. So I'm going to explain this one more time. Outside of the fact that we need food to survive, right? There's consumer staples. We have to have it to survive. Everything outside of what we need to survive, they cannot just raise the price unless we are willing to purchase it.
We don't live in a society that will allow us to live without phones and cars.
Yes, we do.
No, we don't. We don't have public transit in most cases coming from low-income areas to the places with the jobs, because the people in the places with jobs lobby so that the buses and the trains and those things don't go to their area. I live in an area where the low-income people couldn't get to the buses and stuff to go up north, up higher.
That part is true.
Ladies, do y'all want to discuss whether that has anything to do with supply and demand outside of consumer staples, and the price of an iPhone costing more, and you have to buy it because you can't live without an iPhone or you can't live without a phone.
You can't live without a phone.
Not necessarily, but this is the probably one in a million opportunity where I can actually use my useless degree. I went to school for business, technical studies with a focus in graphic design, but I did all of my marketing classes and business management classes, and this is all we talked about, and I aced all my tests here. So when we're talking about this, I do believe just about everything Erin said is like on the money, because as far as not living in a society without needing like a car or phone, like even if I use just my grandmother as an example, again, she is older, she's in her 80s, but we still do have a society where we don't need those things, but also the people my age who choose to be off the grid, which my twin brother was off the grid for many years, he didn't need those to survive. He pretty much thrived just living a normal everyday life, and if he wanted to talk to somebody, he essentially could use someone else's phone. But I mean, we still got email. We definitely now have the internet. But yeah,
I'll give her a simpler example, right? What's the cheapest car on the market that people can buy?
$30,000.
No, it's not. But let's just go with 30.
New cars are $100,000.
I'm not about
I just saw
listen,
a news article about it.
Lady, I said the cheapest car on the market that people can buy. I didn't say it had to be new, but that's not the point, right?
Okay.
It's a Nissan.
Let's just go with 30,000 because the arbitrary
It's
is good enough.
15,000 for the brand new one.
But I'm willing to accept her answer, right? Because it's arbitrary and it can make the point. 30,000, right? Why would anybody spend $70,000 on a car?
Well, if you look at it from a networking standpoint, people largely want to network or to like communicate or whatever the case may be with people who look like they have something. So
They
people
want to do that, but my ultimate
is that
point
not
is,
important for networking though and advancement in society?
here we go. You just making stuff up because you want your point to be right. I'm trying to show you have to understand if it's outside of consumers, the things that are required for us to live, meaning food primarily and laws that they have against water. You cannot tell me that you have to buy the most expensive phone on the market. As a matter of fact, the cheapest phone on the market, they should be the filthiest rich company, but they're not, because people are willing to buy things that they shouldn't buy at prices that they don't need to buy, but they choose to. The people determine the market, whether we like it or not.
But Aaron, didn't you ask me why would I? You didn't say
No,
why would I if I didn't. You said
because
why.
I'm trying to walk you to the point because you keep arguing against the fact that outside of the consumer goods of what we need to survive, people don't have to buy those things, and they cannot raise prices unless we are willing to buy those things. We don't need to. That is literally the buyer determining the pricing.
So to answer the question,
Right.
there is no
People
need,
are
right?
cocky.
So is that answering there's no need to.
Yeah, because people are cocky. Like, there's people who own like $10 million yachts. Like, how cocky are you to build a boat that costs $10 million? You know somebody's gonna buy it. And if the consumer is always in control, because the moment the consumer stop purchasing, it literally goes off the market. I always bring the Blockbuster up. Like, Blockbuster is not a thing anymore. The market, like Netflix, streaming services, Redbox, all of that stuff, it literally terminated it. To the like analog TV. Y'all remember analog TV? We went completely digital. Like a lot of things that when the last time you see somebody with a CD player or Walkman?
I had one, and I had a Walkman.
Yeah, you see what I'm saying? Like when the market stops providing, like when the consumers feel like there is no more need for it to be on the market, it be on the market. You see what I'm saying? Like, it's gonna be there because they know that they're gonna consume. So if you shut it down, that's what boycotting is, right? If you shut it down and you say we're not purchasing this anymore, then they have to make the changes. So
we can already prove that though. We can anytime something goes on sale, for the most part, it's because the demand is literally linear. It's low. They're like, we give you half off. Nah, like it's like if we don't buy it, the prices drop. I just don't know why we haven't got to the point where the people stand up and go, I'm not going to pay for that. And the reason why is because people are making money, and the things that they want to do with their money feeds their desires. And that's what I keep saying. People have a lack of control over their desires. And if you just look at the bare minimum, because y'all know that the bare minimum y'all hate, what we need, most people can actually do that, but they don't want to actually have to live that low of a life. They want to be able to at least have a decent life or something of that nature. And that's why we get to this whole livable wage, and economists have came up with this and this and that. I personally, this is the way I think. I don't think a job's goal is to be able to pay you a livable wage. I believe your life, since you want to be in control of your life and you don't want to let nobody else tell you what to do, your life, you have to decide what a livable wage is for you. And if that means 16-hour days, then that means 16-hour days. If you're telling me there's no possible way that somebody can make a living working 16-hour days, then we have an argument about this livable wage. But until then, it's people's desires to not want to work more hours to generate more money for me.
Yeah, but people are just fatally lazy. People are lazy. But the thing is that, yes, like you said, consumer drive production. Production is done by what consumers desire. That is why you see sometimes certain things are manufactured, and when they leave that manufacturing point to the consumer, to the distribution, and then to the retail store, some of the things don't sell. Why is it that it doesn't sell? Because consumers were not put in, consumers' demand were not followed before the production. But certain things will sell a lot because, like Apple, because they derived by consumers' appetite. But the thing is this, like I said earlier, you gotta cut your coat according to your size, man. You just gotta cut your coat, because some of the things that I hear on the panel, I think one or two women are kind of saying the right thing, but the other two are living in fantasy world. But it is what it is. If you live in your fantasy world, my question is, when are you going to stop? Until you're 50, 60? By then it's too late.
Well, let Ty go, because she wanted to make a point before you jumped in.
Okay.
Yeah, okay. So my point is this, right? You're a Fortune 500 company is looking to hire someone, right? They have two applicants, same qualifications, but one is driving a Beamer and they have an Armani suit, and the other one is driving a Nissan and they have
CBG in full effect. Tell that little nigga we just dropped the bread. The sniper you waiting outside for that air. Mike ain't sit up, and I know they gonna blast.
Who are they going to hire out of those two applicants?
Repeat that again. The two different type of cars?
Yeah. No, they're hiring somebody at a Fortune 500 company, right? They have two applicants. All their qualifications are the same, but one is driving a Beamer and has an Armani suit, and one driving a Nissan and a no-name suit. Who are they going to hire?
It's contingent upon a bunch of different factors. One,
I said all qualifications are the same. The only differences are
listen. I know we love to make this argument, but that's actually never true. We've never actually ever experienced this in life when people have the exact same qualifications. But the point of it is, who is a more effective communicator? Because that's what it comes down to, right? Who can sell themselves best to this particular company? And that's what distinguishes people. We see it all the time when you have an articulate speaker and you have someone that is not. They may be more machine-minded, right? I'm trying to think of the right term, but their brain operates differently than some. I'm fine with that. I'm just saying that person that communicates better and that knows how to build rapport with people through communication is probably going to get highlighted better than somebody that does not have those abilities, and those abilities are not on paper.
But if they have those same skill sets, people are drawn to money, right? Are people not drawn to money?
I would
the appearance of.
I would say it's such a rare and almost impossible feat to get someone like that in front of you. Like, if it's a man and a woman, there's a distinguishing thing there now. If it's two women, okay, fine. I think that if they have the same resume, it literally comes across who is more of an effective interviewee. Can they interview better than somebody else that's next to them? And I think that is the distinguishing factor when you look at people that have the same qualifications. And I mean, you could say that depending on the job, at the Fortune 500 company is General Motors, right? And you pull up in a Ford 150 and another person pull up in a General Motors car, then yes, they're probably going to take that person with the same car as their company. So it depends on the job. There are more factors than we want to give credence to because it doesn't fit our arguments and narrative. Most people are different regardless of their qualifications. And then when qualifications are somewhat equal, what distinguishes them is their soft skills. And most people don't have all of that. And if we had a lot of people like this, these people would be engineering their own companies and stuff like that. So it's highly unlikely that this actually occurs. Even if we can put it in an example, it just doesn't really exist that way.
You kind of took the point that I was trying to make and kind of went off
I'm
on
sorry.
it. The only point that I was trying to make is that people are drawn to money. If you have two options and you see somebody who looks like they have it and who doesn't, and you have an option to choose, more than likely you're going to choose the person who looks like they are more financially.
Let me tell you when you're right and then when you're wrong. So most people, you ever heard of the thing called overqualified?
Yeah, I get that shit all the time. That's
so it's real, right? So I've spoken with other hiring managers back at the time. I don't do any hiring anymore, and we would discuss things like, this person don't really need this job. Do we really want to hire somebody that don't need this job? Because let me tell you the experience you get when you're dealing with a lot of people that don't need jobs. They come to work late more. They not really worried about not getting paid, losing their job. So the person that probably has a car that's not as good as opposed to somebody that's balling or doing better sometimes don't work good for this role. We just need somebody to show up consistently because they need to take care of their family. They have a reason to. So once again, it's contingent upon the role and the need. And I know a lot of people have not really hired people, so they don't really understand what goes on behind those doors when it comes into actually distinguishing applicants, but it exists. And I'm telling you, you literally have to go through and figure out, okay, a lot of the time is people can't speak well. A lot of this times they don't have the voice for the role. They don't connect with people. You can see their social skills are a little off. They can get the credentials, they can have the degree and all that stuff, but there are other things that does not translate to the job. So that's why I said it depends on the job. If we are executives, right? And I want to hire somebody that's good at closing the deal, I'm going to go with the guy with the Beamer over the guy with the Honda sometimes because maybe that's a skill that they use in that business. So I really, really believe it just depends on need. I will concede to you that, yes, people do have an affinity for money. And if you're more likable, those things exist. But I'm telling you, it just depends on a couple different factors. And we like to give it as a blanket view that people are just treating these people this way because of money. And it's not necessarily the case, although I can see the world does admire people with money.
Right. And that's why people are getting the stuff that they probably shouldn't be, but they're doing it for that reason because they want to attract more people.
I don't disagree with that. Yes, there are reasons why they do it. However, they don't have to do it. They don't have to be an executive. They don't have to make all that money. I'm just saying, ultimately, I understand why people do things, and I can agree with you on that. They have reasons for it. They don't have to do it. And when they do these things, their actions have ramifications, and the market tends to follow up with our actions. And when you watch when people go on strike, for example, the automotive industry, right? When you're seeing what's going on there, you're going to see these cars sitting. And you be like, dang, these cars been sitting on this lot for a while. People ain't got enough money flowing in the community to buy cars, or cars ain't been developed. So now cars aren't being developed and they're not being bought. So you tell them we have a low supply and people aren't buying. That's scary times. That's happened when a lot of recessions. We had low supply of housing. Heather, houses was just sitting on the market because no one could afford to buy because money wasn't moving in the economy. So there are a bunch of factors that exist. But once again, the buyers will determine the pricing for the large majority of things that exist on the market. And we're talking about things outside of things we need to survive. That is just our selfish desires helping to make those companies rich. That's just the truth.
No, that's facts. Remember doing the lockdown at C-19? Yo, like gas was so cheap because nobody could go anywhere. Like gas had went like to an all-time low. But you know what was expensive? Hand sanitizer, tissue paper, water, everything that they had like not a lot of and that we really needed. And they was like the president had to like send out orders because people were like gas stations were literally trying to sell people a roll of tissue for $5.
Yeah.
The consumer definitely dictates the market.
Shit, I don't
It's
know.
just like, or like say Christmas, those after Christmas sales, those after Easter sales, where because nobody wants Christmas trees after Christmas is over. You know what I'm saying? So they put it all half off, 25% off, 75% off, because it's like we gotta hurry up and get rid of it. So yeah, he was
That's
right
a
on
good
that.
point. Shout out to Arnold. Arnold says inflation is just a word to them. They can't articulate it. Companies are purposely raising prices under the guise of inflation.
Exactly. They do it because they can. That is the point of having a business, is because you can raise your prices with inflation. You're always going to be good if you have
That is not true, and
That
those
is
are two different factors. A company being able to raise their prices and say it's because of inflation still has nothing to do with whether or not people are going to continue to buy. Because if your argument is people are getting poorer and they're the main ones consuming these items, if the prices keep going up and people's money keeps getting less and less, how can they afford those items?
because people are in debt. You haven't seen the news. Everybody's in large. The credit card debt is rising. Americans are in debt. The credit card debt is.
But what companies are putting them in debt? Companies in which they're buying things that they don't need.
Okay, but that doesn't mean they're not raising the price for that reason. But people are finding a way to buy it though.
Lord, you're gonna make my head spin. Arnold says their profits wouldn't be going up if they were experiencing inflation. Yeah, I
Oh my
mean,
God.
the argument around inflation is an interesting one. Assessment, Sherelle, sounds like the black fam, probably.
If you look at the amount of inflation that products are going up, it's going above inflation in a lot of cases because these companies are taking advantage
I
of
agree
the
with that. Now,
situation
what
economically.
your statement is different. Arnold says only black people think luxury items prove anything. That's not necessarily true.
That's not true.
Other groups of people believe that luxury items prove things because most of these companies most of the people that have luxury items, we don't highlight them a lot, but a lot of these rich families, rich middle class people, a lot of them want to look a certain way. So it's not just black people, but I understand black people are the culture of cool, and they kind of put our faces on a lot of that stuff. So Ao, you're the one who pulled my application. I did not pull the application. I am not in that process of hiring people anymore. He says, thank you. How would you run your business and employees? Oh, no, Ty, I'm sorry. How would you run your business and employees? She would pay them everything that they're worth, more than a livable wage, because she don't believe a livable wage is their worth. So she wouldn't have a successful company doing the things that she's saying that she would like to do, because it hasn't been proven that people can actually do these things. It's really, really hard to pay unskilled labor things that they think is worth their time and value. You can pay
That's not necessarily true.
you can pay a software engineer something even probably more than they're worth because of the value that they bring. You can look at companies, they'll tell you one of their employees brings in like $900,000 profit per employee. It's quite amazing numbers when you look at it. So you can justify a lot in tech. But when you're talking about, he says, let her answer. I'm sorry, Ty, the question is for you.
Well, me personally, I would put in systems that would make sure that they're basically making the value up that they're being paid for. So you don't just hire somebody and just like tell them to figure it out. You put systems in place so that they are able to make the money you're paying them worth it, basically.
So ultimately what Ty is saying is that these imaginary companies and people that say this stuff that I deal with all the time never start these companies and never pay these people this money. And they never do it at scale. They do it with 4 workers and say, I pay my 4 workers handsomely, but I don't have to give them a 401k because I don't have the amount of employees that it takes to do this. most people have never proven that these are sustainable businesses for 15, 20, 30 years, like these corporations that they identify when they want to talk about greed. A lot of times people don't understand that the money that they make in 2022, that was record money, they're going to need in 2027 when the business is almost failing, and they're lucky that they have money on the balance sheet from that money that they generated back then, that you're not about to go on your paycheck to keep the company sustainable, because you're like, nah, that's on y'all. I got them. So people
I'm gonna give you a real world example. If you are, for example, in government contracting, right, and you are replying to a request for proposal from a government organization, and you are up against another company, and my company says, I'm gonna fairly compensate these people and make sure
Like that! Like that! Like that!
Oh, I'm sorry, Ty. We have reached the conclusion of the Aaron O Show. If you wish to continue this conversation, we'll have to do it at another time. But I have came. I've supplied the people. I've done the best that I can do. But I gotta go. And plus, I'm hungry. And you guys know I haven't ate for a good amount of time. But I definitely got my supply of water. I appreciate y'all. Thank y'all for holding us down. We will see you guys on the next show. If you guys really enjoyed the show, I would love for you to at least leave a comment after the show of your favorite part about the show. Until then, I'm gonna see y'all another time. I don't know what day, because you know me, I only like to stream if I do think I'm going to make sure it's going to be a fun conversation. So it is what it is. What a phenomenal day. Life is good. And remember, the market is determined by the people. Do not let these women come up here screaming and yelling. These governments need to give us more programs. We not going to stand for it. We will fight for the truth. Until then, we'll see you on the